Okay. How are we feeling? I'm feeling
excited.
You know when I know that Lily's been on my YouTube? Is when I see the Marianas Trench, why I'd be a cactus before I go in the ocean, and celebrities wearing Lolita fashion in a row. On my YouTube, that's how I know Lily's been there. Look at that. Ocean, thalassophobia, Lolita fashion, ocean.
Leaving traces behind.
Yes, indeed, I've seen it. Okay, so Thomas.
That's me. Hello.
No, it's not.
I'm here.
You're Neph. Duh.
Oh, right. Of course.
Previous game. After leaving the Messiah, we all go to Eldrelith, where we arrive. Sorelloras greets the petrified dragon Eldrelith like an old friend. Before, yeah. Oh, do you need a hand? I'm sorry. Yeah. So, Sorelloras leads the way, passing Eldrelith, the dragon. They leave us, leaving just the party. I said leave so many times in that sentence. Leaving just the party to see what has become of everyone trapped in Eldrelith. But the issue is, you pass the dragon and Eldrelith is nowhere to be seen. The city is gone, no longer occupying its place on the grassy plains of this region of Aprea. Yeah. You approach, finding a few people left behind, those who were outside of the city's limits, known as the Shades, the slum which was kind of assembled there. It is in a state of being taken down, after the loss of the city meant that it also lost its source of life, of income, of food, everything. After speaking to a couple of the people living there, you ascertain that the city just days ago, 4 days ago, in fact, the same day Sleer was killed in in the Messiah, the city vanished. Intentional, yes. Planned, yes. Devastating, also yes. After making a couple of plans, you figure out that the mist, the sort of supernatural entity that's been following Bluey around ever since you left the Shadowfell, which delivered the lapis lazuli to her, has been trying to pull you towards Eldrelith. For what reason, you do not know. Perhaps the DM was like, oh, how are they going to get to the Shadowfell? I guess, no. The mists do indeed take you to the Shadowfell, where you've realised Eldrelith has been transported using the magic of the tome. Elijah's doing, bringing the city to this horrible, horrible place. Everybody in the city as well is under the effect of a curse, a sickness which you know has been affecting the people of Aprea for some time.
Pretty nasty.
The final stages of the sickness have proven to be, as you walk through the city, death or loss of one's soul. As the people you pass are stuck in repetitive motions, mimicking life to exhaustion until they die. Those who are partaking in the most strenuous activity, dying first as their bodies give out even quicker. I bought a bunch for us. Now, as you pass through further, you enter into the palace itself. The people here seem to be the most affected by the disease. Many are dead, many are still trapped in this repetitive cycle of life. Walking through, you eventually pass a couple of creatures, the likes of which you haven't seen before. Most of them turn out to be after engaging in a fight and passing beyond their lines. The transfigurated, mutated souls of people who used to live in Eldrelith have now become aggressive and have attacked you. And the last of the obstacles you face before entering Elijah's lab itself is the mutated, spliced body of Shrekimus Vitassian, who has been who has, due to his strength of body and draconic ancestry, attempted to be converged with a dragon or pull upon draconic traits to change his body. You kill him, and brazen, and not realizing that there could still be traps ahead, you barge through the door, Alstaer going first, using Ender's blood to open the pathway. And Alstair going first does not see the death trap waiting on the other side, and he is very quickly, very instantly killed.
Oh my god.
So the only one I've got left to kill is Bluey. Watch out. Alstair falls, and nothing is bringing him back. Using reincarnation in the Shadowfell is also a no-go. Celia uses a Revivify Diamond, but for some reason it doesn't work. At which point Cass infers that the diamond dagger which Pico Taro gave him is cursed and is preventing him from being brought back to life. However, he died with the curse still affecting his body, and the magic that used to remove it does not help. Celia messages Rolmy to get him reincarnated, but before he can do so, Luran casts Wish and has Alstair brought back before him, alive. So, Neph.
Holy moly. Oh my god.
Welcome, Neph.
How's
A
the
day
trauma?
or so
You guys
has
all okay?
Well, how are you okay?
Haha.
The trauma.
How did it feel dying?
Mm-hmm. Don't worry, guys. Any one of you could be next.
Oh,
See it as a 1 in 6 chance of survival.
So far.
Cross
So
picked
far.
up at least 2 of the slots. Because he's
1 in
quick.
7.
Yeah.
So,
that's what he deserves.
I'm just going to turn you up a little bit, Anna.
Hello, hello. This is me talking at a regular volume so that you can test what the volume balancing is like on
It's
your
not
end.
letting me.
Oh, hello, hello. I will keep on talking for a little bit. I assume I'll laugh much louder than this, but
You're good. You're very good.
yeah.
Do you know where?
Thank
I
you.
like the wall bracket behind you, Anna.
It's very nice.
It's very fantasy.
Thank you. Yes.
Oh, that's on the wall. I thought that was the ceiling. I thought we were like at a Dutch angle. Okay, now I understand.
Anna's leaning over the computer.
I
also
was looking at it, I was like, is that a
considering-
weird chandelier? Oh my god. Alright.
No,
It's a wall bracket, guys.
I'm just done. So,
God.
wrapping it all up. You enter the lab. Alstair dies, and in the shock of everything that's happened, not being able to bring him back, Luran casts Wish. But across the seas, across the plains even, Nephel Kradman Yazar, after a day that has been more exhausting than you'd imagine, being brought back to Kalkan, being paraded in front of civil officials, council members, the common people, by pomp and circumstance and all the rest, you are allowed on the second day to return to the Temple of Death, where you'll be making a pilgrimage to show your commitment to the religion of this area, and to show that you are not just a princess, but you are in fact practicing the cultural practices of the people as well.
Mhm.
It doesn't take you long to arrive, considering you are a royal. You have access to. You were a royal. You have access to
I have
certain privileges
fast
and
legs.
fast legs that other people don't. And upon your first arrival, a temple hand who you recognise, a short, well taller than you now, girl with pale white hair and dark skin with faded tattoos just kind of like rolling up her arms and legs in a very simple white dress. Now, however, secured with a black belt, because she has improved her level in karate. Fala greets you at the door and says, "Oh, Neph, I I'm sorry I couldn't come to see you sooner. Well, yesterday, you've only been here a day. But, well, Jibukari, he wants to see you in that room.
That room?
You know that room to be the one with the big inky black void in it.
That room, of course. Okay,
Yes.
thank you, Fala. You look lovely today, by the way.
Thank you. You look very nice too. I like your frilly dress.
Thank you. I made sure I
Not
had
really
extra frills.
It's still bringing something fresh and fun. And you follow Fala down, and she takes you further into the Temple of Death itself.
Mhm.
It is busier than you've seen it before, reminding you that the Temple of Death is now in the old Winter Palace. It is starting to take on a more secular kind of situation. Repairs are happening, people are moving in. It seems that in losing this palace, you've gained some favour with the common people of Kalkan, at least the royals have. And so you pass on and you enter this sort of like large room with now a dark inky black void where a floor used to be.
The void always makes me nervous whenever I see it up close.
I find it best to just jump in.
It's always voidier than...
And she
Okay,
just walks herself in.
Alright, Neph will... You know how, like, Neph will safety slide into the void? Can she do
Aw.
that?
Yeah, there is a little kid slide that kind of like, wraps around you. You
She'll
can
take
slide
the
on
kid
it.
slide.
Yeah, it's been waxed up for you, so it's nice and easy and smooth. You enter the Shadowfell. No, you don't. You enter this void. I don't know why I said the Shadowfell. I think it's just something.
I thought I was entering a void after the shadow fell. This was a cruel joke.
You enter the void, and it is similar to the last time you were here. Just all enveloping darkness, almost suctioning to you until nothing. It covers your head, it covers your hands and feet, and you can hardly see yourself here. And as you sink deeper, you realize that you're not feeling liquid. You're not feeling anything except the warm embrace of feathers, soft fur around you, tightly around you.
That kind of tickles.
After a moment, you just hear the sort of ruffling that you recognize as wings.
I recognize that ruffling anywhere.
And though he does not show you his face, you are in the presence of Jibukari. You can feel him in every facet here. Nice dice. It's very sexy. Very sexy. Love that.
Neph will whisper into the ether.
Go on. And it whispers as if in all your ears at once. Both of them. You have three.
In all two of my ears, I hear your voice.
Yes. And as you're in this space, you also feel the presence of something else. Something more than just mists. Not mists. Jibukari. You feel a kind of cool dew, almost mist-like, on your cheek. And Jibukari says, "You've brought something here, Nefel Karadamanyazar. Something I do not want."
You don't like the dark choker? I thought maybe it could be like a fashion sort of trend that we're starting here in the temple.
And he sort of like hisses and wraps around you tighter, like constricting your lips. It's a good fashion choice, but that's not what I'm referring to.
Oh, okay, thank you. What is it you're referring to?
At which point you kind of feel like a slight like tickling and like dampness on your cheek. Like the mists are kind of coming closer, almost pulling you in a direction.
The mists, I feel them.
And Jibukari says, "You're touched by a realm which I prefer not to pass through. The Raven Queen and I may share a domain in the Passage of Death, but she gets greedy, and I would rather not have her influence hanging over my temple."
Oh, okay.
I don't know why it's calling you, but I
Is it
advise you follow in whatever capacity you can.
Okay. Of course.
At which point
But
Go on.
Jibakari, you know we're close. Nothing will separate the two of us, so don't you worry.
Jibukari goes like, I know, but there's always that saying where in a group of 3, there's always a 2 and a third, you know, and I don't want to
Jibakari,
be out.
Jibakari, you're
What?
worrying too much. Say it with me. Together forever.
Together forever now.
Together forever, Jibakari. Don't be making
I'm
rain
really
between you and I.
At which point they release you, and you will feel
Ah!
yourself just sort of free falling almost through the air. And realistically, considering the makeup of this room, once you are out of Jibakari's grasp, once you are no longer in the magical space that this sort of pool occupies, you do feel your body hit the bottom of this floor, but you don't stop there. As if being pulled out, you feel a part of you leave this plane. Though you still feel your a foot in the material.
My right foot, it's stuck.
Your right foot is stuck in the material plane. It's shadowed in mist. But you fall, and the darkness is enveloped instead by white twirling mists.
Mhm.
And I'm going to now pull
It's like a try
you back to the lab, if you guys don't mind. Woohoo!
I mind. I object.
You know what? I feel like I mind.
Should I close the mind so that you're not...
I am silhouetted.
Oh.
Hi, Silhouette. I'm Thomas. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thanks, Thomas. That was real good.
I'm missing all of your faces. It's kind of nostalgic, even though it hasn't been that long.
It's very nice seeing your face.
Alstaer.
Yeah.
You blink, your eyes kind of like opening, and you see hanging over you the face of Luran. Broken in a way you haven't seen it before. The closest you've ever seen is, well, when you were in a shissel, and you don't remember why. You don't remember exactly what happened then. But Luran was twisted at that point in a way you'd never seen him before. His eyes are bloodshot and kind of strained. His hair is sort of like out of place. And electricity is just static around him in the air, glowing. His eyes, the whites of them are just gold. And the green is almost faded and lost amongst that colour. Everything Taoshiri about him is at full 100%. Eyes sort of slits, ears folded back. You can feel claws where his nails once were. And everybody else, you see Alstaer brought back to life. And first to react is Sarasa, who rushes over, and you think for a moment he's going towards Alstaer, but he actually catches Luran as he falls back and just collapses in a heap beside Sarasa. Droll and Cruel keep a distance, but you can tell Droll is shaking. And Cruel is just distant, as if he's disassociating almost. Cass keeps holding on to that diamond dagger, gripping it in like a death grip. So, by the way, Neph, you're not quite there yet, but I will tell you when you arrive. What do you guys do? How do you react? Slia.
I would like to medicine check the boys.
Mm-hmm.
Alstair's looking around slightly stunned,
Mm-hmm.
like he's just woken up from sleeping.
Hell yeah.
Do you want 2 separate ones or just one?
I'll have 2 separate ones, please.
Okay,
Mm.
cool. The one for Alstair, because that's who Slee is going to first, is 25. The one, it's so nice to not have a negative on my modifiers.
Yeah.
And the one for Luran is a 22.
Nice. So, for Luran, you've never seen magic like that. As far as you're aware, it should not exist. But it happened. And it's taken a toll on his body. He is just zonked out. He has no physical strength. He's barely holding Alstair's hand still in his own. He is still present. And other than his ruined body, he seems, mentally at least, well, mentally alive. Okay is a word. There's nothing that you feel like you could do beyond fixing his body or giving him extra strength or energy. Alstair looks like he's about to die again. He is just so hollowed out in his like eyes, and like skin is so shallow. You can tell he needs some kind of healing.
Okay.
And then I'm going to give, once you sort of act on that, I'm going to give you another piece of information, but it's not relevant just yet.
Yeah, Slea's got to do it. Slea casts a 6th level heal on Alstair.
Me. Got 70.
Yep, auto 70. Heals diseases, heals conditions. Basically, it's like you get some good cure wounds plus a greater restoration.
Also, it's kind of like patting around and like feeling Luran and then feeling Slea.
Yeah.
As if he's in dark light.
Slea, when you heal him, you notice Alstair does not look the same as he did before. You've always known him to be physically affected by his chronic illness, what he was born with. It makes his skin cling to his chest, his bones. Even when he has been the healthiest you've seen him, he's always been very skinny. But now, brought back from death, he seems fuller. Healthier in a way that you've never known. And when he breathes in, even though he's been through a death which most of you understand, there is no longer that rasp at the end of his breath that always accompanied. It's smooth. And you get the impression that whatever magic Luran used, and even if that's not part of it, his time in death and being brought back has changed his body.
Slea is going to test a theory and send a sending to Sorelaras.
Interesting, okay. What do you say?
We might need a quick escape. Can you get to us?
Sorelaras does not reply.
Does it seem
Can
like the
I
message
try-
went through?
Roll an Arcana check.
While this is happening, can I try and crawl over to check Luran as well?
Sure.
Let me just mark off that sending real quick. But that number is disgusting, Emma. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
We love disgusting numbers.
We're used to it at this point. Because
Disgusting.
it's a 15 plus 14, so a 29.
Nice. Slea, it does seem like it went through. For whatever reason, Solaris has not replied.
Okay.
Your message to Roll Me also went through, which is a reminder that you've messaged Roll Me, just so you know.
She's like, one, she figures that if it doesn't work, he'll figure out that like that Alstair was already brought back.
Okay.
So
Good stuff.
she's not ticking all those boxes
worry.
off yet.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, Alstair, you reach out for Luran and you feel his hands, and it just, the moment you make contact, you almost have to pull away. He feels like he's been struck by lightning.
What happened here?
Sarah tries to stop you moving, putting a hand on your chest, and you just says, easy, don't. And then, from behind you all, Bluey, did you have something to say?
I think Blue would have tried to answer Brian's question about what happened. But behind us all, you've had to...
No. Bluey, that was something for you. I heard you talking, and I realised I've been talking over you.
Okay. You just went really, really quickly. And we tried what we could, and then Luran had to there was a big ball of lightning. What?
Luran doesn't.
Blue does not know what a wish spell looks like.
Can Luran speak?
Luran is kind of like straining his throat, trying to.
Okay. Alstair's going to grab onto Luran and cast a 7th level heal.
Okay.
Without a single hesitation.
Okay.
That's 80 points back of healing.
Yokers. Oh, here's making note of that. Okay. 80 points back.
Let me just read the 7th level.
He looks all the better for it. To the point where the shaking, kind of like the weakness, just disappears. And
Alstair nods and he looks somewhat satisfied with this.
Alstair, can you do me a favour?
Yes.
Can you please make me a Constitution saving throw?
Let me check what that is. Do you want to look at it?
I trust you.
Do you want to look at it though?
Oh no.
9.
Oh.
9. Well, on a 9, also you kind of look around, you're sitting up. Svea, he's healed, seems better almost than the last time you saw him alive.
Better than ever.
And your hit dice are a D8, yeah?
Yes, 38.
Oh shit, that's double 8s. So
Do I take this off my hit point total or my max?
hit point total.
Wait.
I need you to reduce your hit point maximum by 38. It was a really, really good roll.
Oh.
Well,
And
not for
everybody, you
Alstair.
watch mid-movement, reaching out immediately, flops back down like dead weight to the ground. And Sleer, medically, he is just unalived again.
What?
Wait. What?
Go on.
No, I didn't. I think I heard what you said, but my brain did not process it, and I need it repeated.
If you were to examine this body, you would declare it dead.
Not unconscious,
Oh.
dead.
Fuck.
Wait, and we're talking, this is Alstair's body again.
I knew this was coming, but
Alstair,
Um,
from your perspective,
no.
you, for a moment, just a moment, find yourself somewhere you've never properly been able to look at before. The last time you were here, you were trapped within yourself, almost. The astral sea isn't somewhere the living often go, or the recently returned to life often go. The dead who travel through here don't really have an awareness of their surroundings, but your soul, still has a tether to life. So you actually can see a little bit more of what's happening here. That doesn't mean you can make sense of it, of course. Imagine the Marianas Trench, if you will.
this is good for my philosophy.
I'll get to that in a second, Aileen.
It's more of a technical issue, is that y'all's
Oh, yeah?
music is a little bit loud, and it only
Sure.
comes in when y'all talk, so just if
That's
y'all
fine,
would
I'll
mind
smooth
turning
over.
down just a little bit. Thank you.
So, you are moving through this ocean, a gentle current pulling you just in a direction you cannot ascertain. All around you, the sea that you're in, it's not water, but it is a multitude of souls all poured into one space, filling it like liquid in a bottle. The expanse that they take up is unbounding, and you can sometimes make out the features of those around you. An arm, a leg, an eye. And then further above you or below you, you can't really tell bodies that are far larger. The shapes and imprints of beings which you can't comprehend move dead below you as well.
Cthulhu, is that you?
You can't. You get the feeling that this is similar to the River Styx almost, where the souls make up the body of water here, and you are just drifting through it.
Cool.
And then you feel a tug on your chest. And Neph, the mists carry you through Jibakari's plane. You carry you through this sort of in-between places. Not the Prime Material, not the Feywild, not the Shadowfell. Nowhere you've been before, not even the Hells. But there's something in between all of that, which is a place of darkness. And in that darkness, you see a pale figure hovering through, one that you recognise to be Alstair. And he looks lost.
I want to froggy swim to Ulster.
You swim to Alstair. The mists are propelling you forwards like a turbojet behind you. Alstair, you have yet to see this being. In fact, when you look around, you can't really see even anything except bodies and souls. And then you collide. And the moment
I
you...
want to tackle him.
Yeah! You can't really control it. The moment
okay.
you, in whatever capacity you like, whether you reach out for him, whether you group tackle hug him, and the moment you two touch, you're no longer in the way.
Okay.
Everybody else. There's a moment where Alstair's body just dead. I almost gave myself whiplash just then.
Oof.
And then there is a burst of golden, like spirit, like almost like mist. And two people, neither of them fully there, appear in front of you. First, Alstair. You're like, yes, he's back. Thank God. And then you realise he's not quite in his actual body. He is just kind of like hovering beside it, like a little figment. his feet kind of disappearing into the edge of his form. And Neph, the mists disperse, leaving you there as well, apparently. To which point Sarasa goes, Neph?
Everyone?
To clarify, Emma, is Neph fully here, or is she also spiritual here? Okay,
Somewhat
right.
spiritual here, yes.
Okay.
Also, is going to try and insert himself back into his body. He's like smashing into it. He's like, please.
Luran is like reaching out and trying to grab you. I'm like, ah.
Wait. Did it just happen again? What? How?
Can I insight check Brian and Brian's body that are not
You can.
currently occupying the same space for some reason?
You guys are, don't worry, you can move separately of Brian, don't worry. You are just the guiding light that brought him back.
Yeah. Also, looks like he's almost trying to like anchor himself to the body. He's like,
As I'm watching Anki Brian attempt to reconnect with himself spiritually and physically, I rolled a 21 on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
On my what the hey is happening over here. Check.
Yeah. Can I also roll some sort of what is going on check?
I'd love to also do that.
Everybody roll a investigation, arcana, religion.
Arcana.
Anything.
That's my jam.
Oh, fucking hell, sorry.
Now, for the 21 on your insight, you can tell that Alstaer is dead on the floor.
Oh my god. I mean, Ojibukari.
Or at least was recently dead on the floor. As the moment his soul returns to this plane, there is a very shallow kind of rise and fall to his chest. But the soul is not in the body. As much as Alstair is trying to scrabble back into it. He just keeps falling out of the body.
Brian, did you die?
So there, what did you roll?
Which one did you ask for?
You can choose. I think you said Arcana?
Oh, no, I just didn't know if you were asking for Bluey's roll.
Oh, yeah.
Because Slea's was a 30 Arcana.
Oh my god!
You have never seen a magic of the power that Luran casts before. But you do know magic like that often is not taken without a price. And you get the impression that maybe the price of Luran using that magic to bring Alstair back is that, at least for the moment, it is taking a while to gain permanence. Alstair's soul, for just then, blipped out of his body before coming back, and it's now in the process of returning. And then, Bluey, what did you roll?
I'm gonna... Investigation, religion, and arcana have the same modifier, which is nothing.
Then general knowledge?
I'm gonna say religion,
Okay.
and this is what she got.
Okay. You start praying to what god you can't be sure. You're like, please bring Alstair's soul back to his body.
What the fuck is happening? Oh my god.
I agree. You feel the touch of some kind of angelic deity, and then no, you don't, because you're in the Shadowfell, and there aren't any deities here. Alas. It's sad. It really is. But nevertheless, Karul, silent this whole time, steps forward and says, ignoring this, pointing at Neph, like, I don't know what's happened there. It seems to me...
Is Karul currently disguised as Neph?
yes.
So
We have two
introduce
Nephs.
yourself as Karul.
The really
With
deep
Karul's
voice.
Sorry, hang on. Let me do this properly.
Oh yeah.
Ignoring this, he points to Neph.
It's the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah. he says, magic like that always comes with a price.
Hold on a moment. Who are you?
I'm you. Unfortunately.
But no, I'm me. I was me first.
Oh, right, because Slea's also dressed as a pink, or disguised as a pink tiefling, so Neph wouldn't recognize her either. Maybe.
Yep. Besties.
Unless Nev saw the pink tiefling in the Underdark.
Long ago.
She would have seen it, but would she remember it?
Would Nev remember?
When
As this
did
lovely
you-
conversation's going on, Alstair starts like yelling at people like to save him. He's like, "Excuse me."
Luran is trying to like help you anchor the body. He like is trying to maneuver it as best as he can, but his arms just keep giving out the moment he tries to pick you up.
I'm
And
gonna try push Brian's soul into the body.
Yeah, you actually can touch the soul. And
He grabs onto
wait.
Nev and shakes Nev.
Neff, what do you do?
She pushes. I'm gonna try to push you back into your
Make me-
corporeal self.
Make me a strength check.
Okay. Okay, she's not the greatest.
With advantage, because your target is willing and helping you, I guess.
Advantage, okay. My first roll was still good enough. Okay, strength check. 16 on the die means that it's a 15 on the strength check.
15, okay. With a 15, Alstair, with Neff's help, you feel yourself kind of slotting slowly back into your soul slotting back into your body, but you're not quite there yet. You're almost there. And it's just now like your head is just like, ah! It's quite a horrifying sight.
I'm gonna get you back in there, don't you worry, Brian.
It's just lying. Oh, it's so eldritch. That's horrible.
That's horrible.
And Luran is like screaming, like rattling at you, trying to hold on to you. And Karul just says, they need to get out of here.
Yes, I will say I did employ some sort of fail-safe. I messaged Roll-Me when we couldn't before.
Karul says, I give it 5 minutes before the ice palace falls into chaos.
Well, we'll find out. We have
Fuck around and find out.
other business here, and we are not remaining stealthy.
Luran tries to strangle his screams, and he just says, apologies for that then. I just had to bring him back, so... And he's still not properly back. Also, do you have anything you want to say?
Well, if Alstair can't get into his body, he's just gonna sit up and he's gonna say, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where that was, and I don't... It hurt when I was there.
Luran
what-
starts muttering to himself.
Sorry, what specifically is Brian referring to, or do we not know?
You don't know.
You've no idea.
Okay.
Neph, you do have an idea of where that was. Maybe an intelligence check?
Oh no. Are you sure? No, that's a...
Or a religion check would be fine.
My intelligence check is a 5.
Okay.
But if I'm also rolling a religion check...
That's fine.
I'm religious as heck. It's a natural 20.
Yeah.
So I may not be smart, but I am religious.
Neph, you know exactly what is happening here, and I'm going to explain it so that every single one of you is left in no doubt. So, Alstair has died. His soul has gone to the astral sea, which is where you found him. Whatever magic that Luran used, Wish, to bring him back, has got a caveat. It always comes with a caveat. And the caveat for this seems to be that Alstair's soul is continuously falling out and coming back to his body. So, that moment where Alstair's soul fell out of him again, it went back to the astral sea.
We need a soul glue. Maybe that's the answer, actually.
He needs to go somewhere which isn't so strongly connected to the astral sea. The Raven Queen's domain in the Shadowfell is completely and utterly devoted to the passage of life and death. That power does not exist in a vacuum. The Shadowfell itself is constantly encouraging souls to move. from place to place. If Alstaer is trying to heal back to life in the Shadowfell, you get the impression it's not going to stick for very long. And considering the last time this happened, Sleer, you can tell that Alstair's body took physical, like Alstair's like mind, soul, whatever, took physical damage from this. It needs to happen quickly.
If this is all happening... Sorry, go.
I also sent a message to Sorelleras, but I don't know if they will be able to get you out of here.
Neph
Wait,
would convey all that information, by the way, as she's attempting to shove Brian back into the body. She would also stop doing that.
Yes.
we can't leave.
Luran says, yes, we can. And
It's only happened once. What if I can get back? What if it takes no time? What if I can get back in?
how long would you say has passed, Alstair?
5 minutes.
Roll me another constitution check. Saving throw.
It's even worse.
Okay. You are thrown from your body. All the effort you made to
6.
and 5.
It was a different dice next
You
time.
take 14 off your max hit point total.
Jeez.
You see Alstair's body is thrown and there's a sort of static to his soul at that point. And Luran just says, no, absolutely not. And you can tell this muttering the whole time has been him very slowly with one hand, painstakingly slow, beginning to cast something.
Am I still there?
You're still present. You're not going back to the astral sea for now.
Okay. What else can we try?
Cruel just says, you gotta get out. This was all for nothing. It's kind of poetic, really.
What do you mean, all for nothing?
Well, I can already tell none of these people are going to leave you. So
I can stay.
No, you can't.
Sarah just shakes his head as well.
Could Louis do some sort of insight or maybe medicine on Luran as he's casting that spell?
Can I assist?
Yes. Yes, you can. Do you want to take that with advantage, Anna?
I'd
Would
love
you-
to take that advantage. Medicine or Arcana? Anyway, let's go medicine.
Or if you want the medicine, I'll take the Arcana.
Okay, at advantage, I rolled 16 medicine.
Nice. Okay. With the medicine check, Luran's body is under no...
You're right.
I can't remember the words I was about to say. Luran's body is not as broken as Alstair's, but I mean, he hasn't died, but he is so unbelievably weakened. What you can infer they need is a long rest. And
Luran.
Yeah.
Bluey tries to sort of like reach out, not quite touching the hand, but looking like she is like trying to encourage him to not move it anymore. I think I mean, I don't know how. We've used up so much of what we have here. We need to. We can't stay. We need to.
We need to get the tome and or the journal and get out. We can't fight here. We won't survive it.
I mean, even entering this space, we weren't fighting, and We already lost one. How do we...
I'm not lost. Don't say that.
We had
No.
lost.
Oh. Sorry, that was really... Louis, as you're kind of holding, or gently kind of in the vicinity of Luran, considering the kind of blue dragon that you are, you're probably one of the only ones who actually can touch him without feeling that like kind of excess energy. And it's almost, you almost feel like you're kind of helping him, largely like widening the circuit so that that current's not just flowing through him, but it's flowing through you as well. And you can actually take it. And kind of just having your sort of touch, whether it's magic, whether it's just having the comfort of people, you feel the sort of like strain on his face does lessen slightly. And his hand relaxes partway through you speaking. And there's a moment where you think, oh, you've gotten through to him. But then you sort of feel this kind of like light, the warmth hitting the back of your neck. And you turn just to see a door handle and like a little key light just kind of like glowing behind you. And Luran just says, we've got to go. Alstaer and I will go.
Can you leave the door open? Or not? But
Make a persuasion check. If you want him to leave the door open,
Slea's not asking for
Yeah.
the door to remain unlocked. Slea's saying, will you leave the door so we can get out too?
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. Okay, and I'm gonna yeet my dice across the desk. Okay, there we go. Actual proper dice tray roll. That is not all the way gone. I hope a 17 is good enough.
From 17, he looks at you and he just says, make your way back here at the end, if you can. Or, well, depending on how things go, we can come find you. The door isn't quite like Solaris, as it can't open just anywhere, but I have some control. You're good?
Hi.
You're good. Okay.
And I have a question.
Yes.
Can I cast anything in my soul form, or do I have to be in my body?
You have to be in your body.
Okay. Also, refuses to leave whilst he's not in his body. He's like, at least if you're gonna take me away, let me try and.
Neph, you remember the last time Alstaer was able to get back into his body, it was with your assistance. You get the impression if this is going to work, then he's going to need your help again.
I'm going to try to do another squish, since it seemed to
Okay.
work last time a little bit.
Make me a strength check, please, and I'll let you have advantage again.
Yes, advantage. Okay. Number 1 rolling in. Horrible. Okay, number 2 rolling in. Far better. Okay. That's a 17, which means it's a 16 strength check.
Nice. With a 16, not a 15, as it was before. Alstair, you feel your soul merge back with your body.
Okay.
And you are able to move. And just that alone, Luran almost starts sobbing. And he just reaches for you. But he can't move. And Saraza says as much. He says he's too weak to even stand. But also, you can move at this point. In fact, you feel pretty good. You feel like really good.
Okay. Alstair
So much
knows
squishing.
that Luran's not going to let him stay. So he's going to look around. He's going to say, I can do something. He's going to grab Bluey and he's going to cast Longstrider.
Nice. Okay, I'll see if Luran can do anything as well.
Let's try it.
So that's gonna. I'll tell you what that does, Bluey. You touch a creature, the target's speed increases by 10 feet until the spell ends, which is an hour. He doesn't need to concentrate on it. What else can he do? He can do a few things, but I'm just gonna double check. He's only got one shot at a concentration spell, so
Luran, seeing that you're helping, is going to just kind of groan under his throat, and he just says, Joral, come here. And he is going to cast a spell on him, which is Spider Climb. And then Sleer reaches for you, Globe of Invulnerability. Neph, you're not kind of technically not here.
Kind of technically.
Yeah. And to Cass, he gives a small orange gold bead, which Neph, you have seen before, and have felt the effect before. So
When
each
did I
of
see
you
this?
have something. Make a note of what you have.
Orange bead, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And for the sake of brevity, just in case you're worried about how long things are going to take, I'm going to just say that due to casting times, etc., the moment the mansion door closes is when all these spells are going to take effect. So you guys will have that from that point onwards to use the effect of them. That's me being generous. And Joral shakily takes a step back, and you can see everything in his body is kind of quivering. And he looks at you, Alstaer, and he just says, I'm sorry.
it's okay, right? Also just kind of shakes his head, and he's going to cast Summon Fae.
Okay, what are you summoning?
I'm just double checking. When you cast this spell...
Whilst you're reading that, Karul is going to look to the group and he's just going to say, this is exactly what Elijah wanted, I'm pretty sure. And he looks down at your diminished numbers and he just says, at the very least, I'm going to try and convince him that he didn't get his way.
Well, if this is what he wanted, let's figure out a plan to change that.
Well, if he's expecting... Go on.
Louis like pacing faster than she usually would be.
Karul says, I'm not stupid, I do have some semblance of an idea. Joral and I have the power to change our faces. We could look like... And he nods his head towards Alstaer and Luran. And he just goes, might at least catch him off guard.
Then let's do it.
Okay. Luran just is not responding to that at all. Alstair, you kind of see Saraza pick him up, and he tries to struggle, but he just can't. He can't move at all. Even his casting takes so much more strain and effort on his body than you realise. And Alstair, the longer you stay here, the longer you're outside of that door, the harder it feels to catch your breath, to keep yourself present. And you can see it, almost like light burning your eyes, those like sunspots. But instead of light, it's darkness, and you can peer back into the astral sea again.
Okay. Also, we'll finish casting Phase Spirit. He's going to do it because there's literally nothing else he can do at 9th level.
Jesus!
The reason being, he wants it to have as many attacks as possible. Actually, I'm going to make it 8th level because 9th wouldn't make a difference. And he's going to use that to conjure the Phase Spirit, and I'll send you the stat block for that.
Yeah. I'm having a look at it now.
Thank God.
Thank you.
He's
Okay.
going to specify. I'm going to go for fuming.
Okay. So, everyone, as Saraza picks up Luran and Alstair, you kind of have to grip onto him to steady yourself. The door to Luran's mansion is opened, and that light, it's starting to dim already the moment that door is opened. And Luran just says, I'll keep it open as long as I can. But the Shadowfell has a way of making things difficult. And he just kind of coughs a bit. And Louis?
In the time that the internet gave up on me, was there is there would Bluey know what to do with this fast running, or is everyone still like?
Strider.
He's passed it before. 1 second.
But is there a sense of like
How it works.
more
Increase your
planned than
speed.
what I was?
Oh, just increase your speed by 10 feet. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
He can also do that again. So I think he's going to cast it on Saraza and Jaral.
Okay. Nice. So all three of them have increased 10-foot speed.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to use a second level to get both of them.
Okay, I'm just adding that note.
Wait, I'm just seeing if there's anything else I can do. The last thing he's going to do, he has 120 feet. He's going to cast Find Traps ahead of them.
Okay. So, with that,
Georgia.
hello.
And none of those are concentration.
Whoa.
With all that, Luran and Saraza and Alstair make their way into the mansion. Saraza is gone for only a second, and when he emerges, he is empty-handed. The door is closed behind, leaving Cass, Neph, somewhat, Bluey, Sleer, Jaral, and Cruel to carry on deeper into the lab. And Jaral can barely keep it together long enough to act on your plan, and in an attempt to subterfuge Elijah in return for all he's given you, starts transforming himself in the shadows, not to look like wait, who was he disguised as?
He wasn't disguised.
That's what I thought. Not to look like himself, but to look like Alstair. And Cruel. Does Cruel have any feelings about this?
I'm going to be playing Karul for a bit, guys.
Yeah, there was no physical way Luran and Alstair could stay in this fight after doing a wish spell. So, for the time being, Cruel will be played by Alstair, by Lily.
Probably played by Ulster.
Which is funny because Cruel's currently masquerading now as Luran. So,
Yeah.
enjoy figuring out that roleplay situation.
Yeah, Karul's like, ugh,
Okay.
that's eerie.
So,
Just to
Yeah.
clarify, Brian and Luran are in Luran's mansion now.
Yeah.
and the door is
Just those two, and the
closed.
door is closed.
Yeah.
Okay.
The people
And
remaining
Cass's
now.
heart is broken.
Yeah. Those remaining now are only 7 of you. Jaral, who looks like Alstair, Saraza, Cass, Neph,
Woohoo.
Bluey, Coral, and Sleer. So,
I'm level 10, guys, so
yeah.
I'm unbreakable.
Oh, also, Cass has a bead of fireball.
Yes, Cass,
From
you
Luran.
have a fireball bead. It works similarly to delayed blast fireball. Let me just explain. Also, just so you know, Neph is here, but she is she's partially corporeal.
It's me, mostly.
I'm gonna go to the blue.
Okay. So you have
Hey, man.
about 10 minutes or so, within which you can use this spike, and you just have to command it to go off whenever you wish. Now, Neph,
Yes, that is I.
Alstair's soul now gone. You feel the mists that have been kind of lingering at your feet fully dissipate. And you kind of feel your own chest, and you're starting to realise, similarly to Alstair, you're not fully here. Your body has a you feel a connection to your body back on the material plane. You get the impression this isn't going to last very long, but you know that somewhere in this laboratory, Osha is waiting.
Can I ping her location somehow?
Do you have any magic that would help you do this?
Well, let's find out together. Oh, wait, so my magic does work here, even though I'm not here.
It does work. Yeah, I'm going to let you have that.
Woohoo!
Wait, so-
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Can people
There's no deities.
how is Neph here?
Magic. A wizard did it.
A wizard did it?
I don't really quite know. I went to go visit Jibakari in his gooey void and discuss political matters as we do on occasion over brunch. But I lost track of time and I ended up here somehow. I saw Brian's essence, I guess, or his soul or something, some part of him in the darkness. And then I went to go hug him at a high velocity, but we ended up
Sarahza just pats you and confirms that you are touchable and just rubs your hair and just says, I'm glad you're here.
You can sense me? I want to give Sarza a hug.
He hugs you back. But you can tell he's in pain after everything that's just happened. And it's sort of not
He's in
quite
pain? Okay, I would like to cast a...
not physical pain, mental pain.
Okay, I just want to... Okay, I'm just gonna support him in any way that I can. But okay, as far as magic is concerned, don't know if I have anything that'll help me detect anything, anywhere, in any way. Wait, hold on. I do. Can I use locate creature? Describe a different creature that looks for... Looks like the creature is within 1,000 feet of you. The creature is moving in the direction of its movement. Spell can look at a specific creature known to you. This creature of a specific kind. Is a creature not like a humanoid or anything like that? Is that doesn't count, or is that a type of creature?
Okay. You can sense that all the creatures ahead of you, except for one, is in the vicinity, as far as you can tell, are humanoid. The one that isn't would be considered a... where is it?
Wait, so with locate creature, I would describe...
I thought you were scanning the... Okay.
So I want to use locate creature, but so what I'm going to do is I'm going to name a creature that's familiar to me, and then as long as it's within 1,000 feet, I can sense where it is.
Oh, amazing, perfect. That's what you can do. Yeah. Go for it.
Okay.
You know what I just said about non-human.
Don't worry, don't worry about that. I won't remember that. I will purposefully eject it from my hard drive.
Lovely. So, you say Osha's name, and...
Locate Osha, 4th level. Yeah, I don't know what kind of like honing beacon she's turned into, but she's like a dolphin echolocating, but magically.
I understand.
She probably lets out a low hum as well. It's like...
So, as you reach out through corridors and pathways through the laboratory, you feel Osha's presence, and she is here. And like red thread look through a labyrinth, you can follow that path of magic, and you get the impression that you have a hold on her location. You can find her if you wish to.
Okay, Neph will just start walking then. If she's like in the avatar-like state, going, she'll sense.
Okay.
She'll walk.
So let me explain a little bit the way how this room, the lab looks.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you make your way through, willing or otherwise, without your friends, you find yourselves moving deeper into the laboratory. This is the first time you've ever been in this space physically, rather than looking through magic. And It is eerie. Having been ripped from the material plane, even though this is supposed to be an underground space, you can see the laboratory is almost in a cavernous, sort of trench-like area.
Okay.
All around you, there is these huge, kind of like shadowy granite caverns of grey and black stone. And where the palace itself is, where it's been transposed into the Shadowfell, there are just sharp drops off where once outer walls were sort of closing these like tight corridors. Now you have like 30 foot, less than 20 foot wide walkways, and then 50 foot drops right off the edge. And the way the shadows fall here, the lack of lighting, more than once you guys find yourselves veering closer to the edge than you feel comfortable. Now, if I'm correct, Alstaer and Luran were the ones who were carrying both those carpets.
Can I retcon that I gave it away? Just one of them.
I'll allow it.
Yay, he would have given it to Sleer.
So, the first place you enter through is a large, maybe 5, 10, 15, 15 foot tall kind of archway, which takes you out of this main entrance to the lab. In front of you, you see like a curved kind of set of wall, again, dropping all the way down about 50 feet. It then peters out into a lower level, again, 50-foot drop. Beside, it looks like once there was a stairwell, which has now been torn out. And you can see just about 20 feet above you is this sort of like raised level. I'm going to show you what this looks like. I feel like I'm not describing it very well, but I will try. Looks a little something like this.
Ooh. Ooh.
You guys are currently at that bottom sort of opening.
Right.
And you can see the sort of, when I say bottom, the lower level.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And that closed door up above you, you can just about make it out, but you've not really got a way to get there unless you use the carpets.
Emma?
Yeah. Now, thanks to Alstaer, you can be certain that any traps here you are aware of. And one of the ones that you are aware of is the one that's about to set off right now.
Oh.
As you pass through this entryway, fog begins to fill the corridors, obscuring them heavily until your vision is next to nothing. You're still yet to get on the carpet, and I'm going to need everyone to make me dexterity checks to see whether you are moving towards the carpet or towards the edge.
A dex check rather than saving throw, right?
Actually,
No.
21.
yes. Dexterity check, please.
21.
21.
Okay.
18.
14.
Kind of.
14.
13.
13.
Casa with
Okay.
stumpy little legs falls over.
Some of you aren't Taoshiri.
Right.
Oh, shut up, Coral.
Is that a 17? Very nice. Okay. So, Neph, you rolled a 15, yeah? Or a 16?
I rolled a 17.
17.
No,
I'm
an
sorry.
18.
Completely
Dex check,
misheard.
18, yeah.
Neph,
I got demoted by the DM. What the heck?
sorry. If you roll a 16 or higher, you successfully make your way towards the carpets before the fog completely obscures your vision.
Aha.
Cat and Sarazer.
Coral's like,
No, and Sleer, isn't it? Didn't Sleer roll 14?
Oh, Slayer, did you roll 14?
Sleer rolled 14,
Yes.
but she also has the carpet.
Yes, so you Slayer, there's a moment where you take your hand off the carpet. I feel like maybe you should be rolling that with advantage, but I'm not going to
Okay.
be that. I'm already giving you the carpet, so. No, I'm joking. You can have it.
Oh, much better. That's a dirty 20.
Oh,
Cass and Saracen. The two of you kind of start moving, and you think you're heading towards the carpet, and then you feel yourselves collide with one another. And the moment you collide, you feel a rush of air and tipping sensation. And I need both of you to maybe dexterity saving throws. Okay.
Okay, let's.
anything any of us can do?
You're on the carpet.
Natural 1 from me.
Okay. You see as Saraza manages to reach up and grab onto the side, sort of skidding down this like partially sort of like vertical slope.
Can I, as a reaction, instead of just falling, can I cast levitate, or is that too late?
Does it have a reaction casting time?
That is a good point. Where is my levitate? It's a thing I can just do on myself. Hang on. At will, 1 action. Yeah. I don't think it's a reaction then.
No, I'm sorry. So Cass, you start to fall and you feel your body tumbling and turning over the sort of slope of this fall. Let me just check.
Can we swoop?
You're not going to be able to catch up, but I'll allow you to start moving in that direction.
Cool.
Also, the fog kind of has it that you can't really see, I think.
Just because, can I roll a perception, like a sound-based perception check to try and hear Cass? Because my assumption is that you fall, you're going to scream.
Yeah, I've just remembered the terms of the contract, so I might make an argument for something Coral can do.
Right now.
For Cass.
For Cass. Yeah.
If you don't want me to, I don't have to.
No. I meant, Don't worry. That's not what I meant, sorry.
Okay, I won't do anything.
No, you can.
Nope.
What do you want?
I won't do anything.
What is it?
That's fine, go on.
No, you can.
No, it's fine. Go on.
Okay. So, Leah, what's your perception check?
I just want to make sure I could make one.
That's fine.
Oh no. It's a class. It's a Slia classic. A 9.
A 9. Okay. So Cass. 10, 12, 14. You take 14 points of bludgeoning damage as you slide down the edge of this, rock. And
yeah. I feel like also with perception, you wouldn't have heard her scream. You'd have probably heard her go, shit!
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you hear this yell of shit, and Slayer, what do you do?
Slaya's going to very quickly assess that, can I make, I don't know, some sort of intelligence check to who would probably have the best chance of navigating us through this fog?
I mean, considering that you're used to not being able to see most of the time,
Yeah,
you get the impression that you can follow at least the sound of a scream.
Okay.
No, so the sound of Cass yelling, shit!
Because Slia was thinking, well, I am not going to be of any use in this. I shouldn't be in the lead. I should let, say, Karul or Jaral or Sarazer take charge of flying the carpet.
You know that Karul and Jaral have never flown the carpet before, so they're probably not the ones. Also, if you don't, you're kind of running out of time if you want to sort of help Cass up off the edge.
Okay. Slea's going to navigate and ask Sarazer and Bluey to take point on trying to pull Cass onto the carpet.
Did Sarazer get on the carpet?
Sarazer is dangling off the edge of the.
Okay.
In which case, Bluey
yeah.
is going to be taking point in trying to get people on the carpet.
Okay. I think Bluey would also want to get her rope out. The 50-foot hempen rope.
You
and then try and help Saraza up, one or the other.
So you fly to the edge out of the sort of smoke of the corridor, and you see Cass is just kind of like bleh on the floor. But you're with 15 points of damage. I think you're probably 14 points of damage. Sorry, you're not necessarily on death's door. You're just a bit banged up.
Oh, I've got loads of hit points.
Nice. And Sarah's just kind of like pushes out and starts climbing up the rope. You can level down and head for Cass next. Now, as you level down, what's everyone's passive perception? I'm just gonna
18.
18. Oh, hell yeah.
15.
13.
18, 18, 13, 15. Wait, which one of you has 13?
That is me. I am not very passively perceptive.
Oh. Slayer has higher passive perception.
I have
Sleigh's
very
not
good
proficient.
passive insight, though.
Yeah, Cass is very perceptive, and her passive intelligence is like through the roof, and her passive insight is like on death's door.
Sleigh's passive perception is 15, investigation is 12, and insight is 21.
Cause
Neph has a 13, 11, and 19.
my goodness, you clerics.
High wisdom. Wisdom cast
Yeah,
does.
Cass has got an 18, a 21, and a 12.
A 21 investigation?
Yeah, passive intelligence is super high.
Yeah, Cass
Wow.
smart.
Cass is very smart, but she's not necessarily that wise, even though she's actually quite wise in that dwarf have good wisdom saving throws. But in general, her wisdom is one of her lower ones. Her dex, her wisdom, and her constitution are quite low.
Oh no.
Okay.
I focused on some of like my levels up on improving because my charisma's maxed out, and because I've got as a fighter, I have a fighter caster, which uses my intelligence as my spell casting rather than my charisma. So I decided to try and I maxed out my intelligence as well to make sure that each of them were the best that they could be. So.
Right, so as you pass out of the fog, you pick Cass up, and with your passive perception, anyone who has over like a 16, so going to the higher end. Sorry, Talia. The Shadowfell is not a void without anyone or anything living in it. And you get the impression that in this area, which is less the palace and more the caverns, the kind of grey stone of the Shadowfell, there are beings that are drawn here by the presence of souls, by the presence of people. And just skirting in your vision, you see something on four legs, just kind of like moving from shadow to shadow. And they kind of seem to... Baz wants some water. They seem to be eyeing up Cass where she's lying at the moment. And Cass, you feel like you can probably tell, even in your like kind of like dizziness, that yeah, there's something out there trying to eat me.
Cool. Can I where are they now on the thing? Because now that I've hit the bottom, can I cast levitate and like
if you wish, you can levitate up to sort of meet the carpet partway.
Yeah, I think Cass sensing that there's something in the shadows that wants to munch on her. She's like, I'm gonna dip, and it's just like, and
Okay.
lifts out of the.
Sounds good. All right, so moving out of this, you realise you're quite squished up on the carpet with how many? 6 of you on there, and Sarazir, and Gerald just kind of silently like slips off the side and sort of returns to the shadows where he feels more comfortable. But you can tell that there's been like a change in his demeanor ever since you got in here. And without making much fuss over it. Oh, the cats. Like, sorry, the cats are here. Oh, where are they? There they are.
The boys.
Them boys.
That was so great. Oh my god.
They're cute. You can tell there's something off with Gerald, but you have not time to linger on that. You make it to that doorway, and as you do, the fog kind of disperses slightly, enough for you to sort of see that this door is closed. It is locked. You feel, maybe, potentially.
Maybe potentially. I'd like to investigate this potentially supposedly locked door that may or may not actually be locked.
Yeah, roll me an
Great,
investigation check.
a locked door.
Yay.
The bane
Bro.
of every D&D party.
I love D&D.
Okay. Did you say investigation?
Yes.
Okay, it is a 9.
Okay, a 9. So
Can any of us roll investigation since we're assumably
Yeah.
all looking at this door?
Yep. You're all on the carpet together, so
24.
Coral just says, beware of any death traps on the other side. $17. Okay.
24. And when
15.
when Carol says that, does he say that with like sincerity or like a little bit of a jokey twist?
A bit of,
With
I mean, Lily's kind of in charge of, but a bit of both, I guess.
Yeah,
would
Cass
be the
gives
best
him a
kind of-
very disdainful look before investigating the lock.
He's doing his best Luran impression. Okay, so if you have above a 20, you can tell that Alstair's magic is sort of something that's revealed here, a trap, like a sigil almost, and it's I'm gonna say with all the way Alstair's magic works, it's almost like got like a little flower pattern almost kind of illuminated on the door. And there is an explosive trap on this door. Leah?
Slia looks to Karul as kind of the knowledge expert on Elijah.
Yeah.
So, if everything here is magic, what if we just stopped it? Can we get in and out in an hour? Because I can only do this once. Well, twice, but I'd rather not.
What are you referring to?
Anti-magic field, which Karul would be familiar with.
All right then. Anti-magic field. Just gives a nod. All right then.
Does this mean because we're all so close that some of the magic that's cast on us will be dispelled?
Yes.
It will not work for the next hour. Nothing magic will work around us for the next hour. If...
Wait, do I get dispelled?
Neph, you don't need to be on a carpet. You could just float, can't you?
You can just float like a ghost, yeah.
You can float away.
You just can't get within like 10 feet of Slia, basically.
Okay. Now,
Okay,
I'll give you a floating speed of 30 feet.
Yay! Okay, I'll float over. I can float now. I didn't know I could do this. This is really cool. But I'll stay like 10 feet away at the very least.
Okay.
She yells back to the group.
I mean,
She wouldn't need to yell.
The
She
only
just need to
has-
be like more than 10 feet away from Slia.
Roll puts up his hand and says, actually, no. He gestures to his disguise.
All of our disguises, then, yeah.
I have unseen servant. What if I send unseen servant through the door and they can trigger it? And sorry, unseen servant, they can die.
Okay. You pull the carpet back and the unseen servant goes forward.
Ooh, that's a flavor.
And it's fun. Okay. You hear the door click. And who is controlling the
backed
carpet?
up.
Slia?
I'm assuming we've backed up.
Yeah, Slia would have
Make
backed
it-
up the necessary amount to...
Make me just a dexterity saving throw, please.
Okay.
Any way they can do it at advantage with someone's help?
Yep, maybe. Bluey, Slia, are you tag teaming it?
Yeah, Slia will absolutely tag team it. Be super happy about that.
Sounds good.
Also, Emma, just a heads up. I will hop off in about 20 minutes. Okay.
That's fine. Yeah.
Cool, that's a little bit better. It's a 16.
Okay. With a 16, you manage to cling on as the doors are blown apart. Just wood shattering in splinters, and the fog is completely dispersed at this point with the force of the explosion. Neph, you're plastered against the wall. Like, your floating is now flailing, and you slam back.
I'm like a tooth fairy that got hit in like
Yeah.
by
And,
the person didn't see that was there.
You hear a voice go, like, laughing really high-pitched and spooky. And from underneath the carpet, you see two little tiny white, like frost-covered hands, and just a face peers over. Huge white, like insect-like eyes with like petal sort of leaf eyelashes. And it just kind of looks at you and goes, and hides again.
Do we all
Was
see
that-
that?
Yep.
Bluey looks under the carpet.
It looks back at you and goes,
We would know that this is the Fae that Alstair summoned, right?
it is indeed Alstair's Fae.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
A little snow fairy, it appears, as there are just little flurries blizzarding around its head, just like a little flower crown, but just little snow flurries every now and again.
Could I just sort of like, not like a spell, but just like do like a little bit of like Fae type magic in my hand and like sort of try and entice it out of from under the carpet with a bit of like, come join us.
Check for me.
Performance. Performance is one of my lower plus charismas. Doesn't matter though. That was a 22.
22? That's pretty good. You do your Fae magic and it sort of opens its eyes wide as saucers and then clambers back up onto your lap and just sits there.
Okay, Cass pets it and sort of like kind of tries to give it like she wants to hug it because she misses Brian, but also she's like maybe this fairy creature doesn't want to hug. So she's
If you kind of touch it, you get like a little burst of frostbite at the bottom of your finger and you kind of like, oh, no touching. No touch.
She's like, oh, it's just like Brian.
As you float through this corridor, Neph,
Yes,
you have been here before.
I have. Oh, wait a minute.
Been here in a dream.
I know. I think I remember actually.
It was a scary dream.
It was pretty scary. I remember it.
Tall corridor with just a simple carpet in the center. This is one of the few corridors which is completely covered, not exposed at any point to the Shadowfell. And as you move through, the darkness in the corners, it's almost like ink. It just drips down. And you're floating through until you see ahead of you the outline of a figure just slowly walking away from you.
Is this a familiar figure? Do I recognize the silhouette?
Silhouette you've not seen in a very long time.
Oh no.
But with the shadows, it plays with you for a second. It almost looks unfamiliar. It looks morphed and warped, but not for very long. When you come close to it, your eyes adjusting. Bluey, do you have anything?
Is Neph like ahead of us and seeing this before we are, or something like that?
I think
No,
she
no.
has to be to stay out of the field.
The field didn't
I-
activate in the end.
Doesn't cast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But you can still be floating for fun if you wish.
Yes.
Okay. Sleer, did you have something to say?
Also, if Neph would have been floating, would Gerald, disguised as Alstair, needed to have gotten off the carpet?
No, I think you would have stayed on.
Okay, cool. Just trying to keep all of my little ducklings in a
Everyone
nest.
is on the carpet except Neph for now. So you carry on, and ahead of you, you see Osha. She is exactly as you sent her, wearing those simple but protective clothes, armor that is indicative of a soldier of Kalkan. You sent her in your stead, after all, to investigate here and keep an eye on things. Months and months ago now. Of course, there were letters between you, but that couldn't fully describe what possibly has happened here. And Neph, it's only fully now, as you see her turn and look at you with blank eyes, that you realize how monotonous, how drawn her words sounded every time you messaged her. That the things she was saying to you, the way she was saying them, sounded far less like herself and far more like something programmed to speak. And she just looks at you all for a moment, and she just tilts her head and says, "Are these the Sieger sisters? It's been so long since I've seen you. Do you still go by that name? I'm so pleased to see you."
We're here to help.
"Of course you are.
Can I insight check her?
We need your help." Insight check, yeah?
Yeah.
Also, insight.
Can cast Arcana?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, it's
Raoul will assist you with the Arcana, so you
it's
can
a
give me-
17. He's getting
did you
drawn
say-
into this illusion.
Did you say assist with the Arcana?
Yep.
So then I rolled a natural 20, so 31.
Okay.
I rolled an unnatural 20 on an insight.
Sure thing. Okay.
And a 26 on
Natural
insight.
20 on Arcana. Cass, like everything else you've noticed, there is something wrong with Osha. The way she's not emoting with her face, but only with her voice. You sense something similar, very close to what was happening with Ender and Ender's body. But almost in between that and what you've seen from the rest of people of Eldrelith. She's not quite as sophisticated an experiment as Elijah is used to. Oh, that's so sweet. Anna, I love that. Oh my god.
Oh.
That's so cute.
Wait. Hang on. Wait, no, wrong one. Ta-da!
Yay. Oh, so cute.
With the natural 20, like we already have an idea that her soul's been sort of displaced and stuff. So do I get anything? Because we already have a fair bit of sort of
Sure.
idea of what is going on with her. So do I
You
get
can
any
almost
sort of-
see the arcana that's kind of circulating around her system as you kind of focus and trying just to pick out the magic of her. And you can tell that the body is living, but the soul is barely contained. There is something like like waves of just kind of like magic that surge up and then are just contained by her flesh alone. And she almost seems to have too much soul inside her.
Mm-hmm.
So hers and her brother's.
Yep.
Yeah.
What I will say
remember
about the
getting
brother's
told
soul
about
that you
this.
can sort of sense is that it doesn't seem complete. It seems to be a fragment that's sort of been pulled back into her, which doesn't seem quite, almost, it doesn't
So
seem
is it-
entirely there.
Is it a fragment of hers and like the whole of his?
It's hard to say just from looking at her.
Okay. I think Cass will whisper to the party, like, it goes without saying, like, let's not go near her.
She walks
And
towards
she-
you and she just says, "Please help me. I'm in so much pain. Help me."
I'll help you.
And she looks at
Come
you and
here.
says, "Yes." And she reaches out for you.
Okay.
"I love you, Neph."
Neph, be
Neph
careful.
is gonna
Yeah.
charge up her fire jab.
Okay.
How much does
Okay,
it hurt
what
to
do you
do
do?
this?
Neph, I think that given how you were able to interact with Alstair's soul, maybe you'll be able to pull her soul out. Or the fragment of her brother out. Or whatever. If Cass has conveyed the understanding of what's going on.
Yeah, Cass would have.
Neph does appear to understand, even if she doesn't respond.
Okay.
She's going to attempt to punch the other soul out.
All right.
Maybe.
Wow.
I don't know.
Make an attack for me.
Okay. All right.
Soul punch.
That's gonna
Flurry of
be.
blows.
Oh, it's not very good. Okay. This is gonna be is 16 to hit.
16 to hit. Okay. Give me 1 second. Shooby dooby.
Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you?
Also, to fix the
Please
wording,
get
because it's
out
going to
of
bother me if I
ocean.
don't, Slia probably would have said something along the lines of, if you can interact with their souls, maybe you can pull out what's not supposed to be there.
Sure.
Neph would nod.
So, Neph, as you slam forward with a 16, you just thud the front of her armor. And she looks down and she just kind of coughs winded a little bit. Her hands still outstretched for you. And she looks up at you and she says, "How could you betray me like this? I thought you loved me." And then she's going to reach out and grasp
Ooh.
your face.
Oh no.
We're going to have one round, and then
Oh,
those
no.
those two are going to be able to get in the initiative order. So Neph, she holds your face, and you look down at her feet, which were previously sort of just like shadowed similarly to the rest of the corridor, and you realize that she is not entirely touching the ground. She's just like an inch hovering above it. And I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay. All right. That's going to be. Oh, it's really bad. That's a Constitution save. That's a 5.
Okay. So I want you
It's
to
pretty
take.
severe.
Oh.
I want you to take 5 points of damage, please. No, sorry, 10 points of damage, please.
10 points of damage. Holy
Yeah.
moly. Okay.
As you feel your energy beginning to drain from you.
Oh no.
At which point I need everybody to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh.
We're in trouble.
Roy Raggy.
Oh, she's come along and they burst our bubble.
Ooh.
That includes
24.
Nice.
16.
16.
18.
18. Neph.
I already did my saving throw. The 5. Do you want me to do another one?
Yes.
Oh, okay. This one's going to be... Oh, way better! This one's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. All of you feel for a moment this howl kind of like racking through your bodies, and it makes you want to give up on life. It makes you want to open your mouths and surrender your souls as you feel them being peeled from you like an orange peeled in reverse. And you manage to sort of like clutch your ears and prevent the howl from reducing you all to 0 hit points. I think it's fun.
Okay, we need to get rid of Osha. Sorry, Neph, but this bitch is gonna kill us all.
At which point she pulls her hand back and stumbles 10 feet back into the shadows. It looks like that took a lot out of her. And I need everyone who is going to be taking part to roll me a initiative roll, please. And
Jeez.
Neph, Thomas, I know you need to go soon, but we'll do one round or so, and then we can sort of see.
Easy.
Yeah.
I'm happy to stretch it for this. This is important.
Cool. 20. Actually, I might use my pad rather than. Okay.
Rolling initiative as well.
Yes, please.
Oakley dokley. That is going to be
Where is it?
a 17.
Roll. Okay, 25 to 20. Carl.
This isn't a question. This is my initiative.
Nice. Lovely. 20 to 15.
That's me. 17.
I should probably shouldn't I? No. Next is Sarah. Okay. 15 to 10. What did you roll, Bluey?
11.
11. Bluey.
11.
Oh.
Who is the higher dex of the two of you?
What's your dex? Probably Bluey.
It's +2.
Yeah, Bluey.
Okay.
Oh.
Cass is very clumsy.
Aw. And that's why you fell.
It is why I fell, yes. She's
Yeah.
shit it.
It was a joke.
Huh?
Yes. And then it
Oh
is
no,
going to
she's
be.
just clumsy.
And then it's going to be Osha. Oh my god, I've not written her name in ages.
No.
Mm.
This pains me.
I know. This is why it's how I intended it. Sleer, what's your dex? Well, I think Gerald's dex might be higher than yours.
Gerald's dex is way higher than mine. I have just a +1.
Okay, understood. And then, can you roll for the Fae, please?
I will pee really fast and come back.
Yeah, because it was cute and it scared them and went at Cass. At Bluey, rather.
Blue or raspberry.
Also, Lily is
It's
almost imperceptible when the mics are switched.
Mm.
Oh, Lily, you need to.
I need to get a stat block up. Sorry.
That's okay. I'll put it at the bottom for now, and then we can pop it in maybe on your turn even.
I'm about to get it.
Okay. Oh, there's so many people here.
I'm going to be right back. Mum's just asked me to get her something, so I'll be
That's fine.
in a minute.
Okay.
But I'm
It's-
late
I
in
have
the
to open
order
the
anyway, so
spreadsheet.
it's all good.
Sorry about it. Why don't we just put it on Coral's turn?
Sure.
Cool. Easier then. Okay, so. First in the order is Coral. Now, in front of you, you see this version of Osha has just grabbed and attacked Neph. She has a voice which is full of emotion, almost, at points. Sometimes completely devoid, but her face never changes. It's just one solid mask
Cool.
of flesh. And so she's right ahead of you. What are you going to do?
I am going to cast Mage Armor on myself.
Yeah, he could have already cast that if you want. I feel like he would have already cast that.
Okay, he's cast Mage Armor on himself.
Yeah.
He's like, no. And he is going to make sure he's quite far back. He does not want to be near Usha. And a few things he can do. He's going to cast Chromatic Orb at Usha.
Nice.
And
Okay.
I'm going to choose necrotic damage.
Perfect. So what do you need me to do with this one?
I need to roll an attack.
Okay.
Oh, it's going to be really good.
Nice.
28 to hit.
Okay.
I'm guessing that hits.
It does hit.
But
Actually, no. I'm gonna say that's not a thing because I'm changing it slightly. Okay, so roll the damage.
oh wait, it can't be necrotic damage. It can only be poison damage.
That's fine. That's actually better.
15, 17 points of poison damage.
Okay, minus 17 from Ocean. Sleer. No! Coral's the big bad after all. She takes it and it's just kind of like a soccer punch in her chest, and you see her armor cave in. And then there's a moment where she goes,
Ouch.
and then her ribs just like pop back into place. But you still see a little bit of blood come out with her mouth. She has taken that poison damage, and she does not seem to feel good about it. Right. So.
Just gonna write an angry review about that poison.
Cruel. 2 out of 10 poisoned me.
Yeah, not a big fan. Not a huge fan of all.
I mean, Alstaer, because he's not cruel.
No.
No, Luran.
Luran.
This is web of characters.
Gerald's Alstaer, obviously.
The dog. Okay. I'm just going to put the carpet in so that I know where it is, because that'll help me. My map looks like an MS Paint project right now. It's just all primary colours. Okay, cool. Next up in the order is Neph. Neph, you've just seen this attack come from the person who looks like Luran, but is cruel? Anyway, so.
I'm not going to think about this.
What are you going to do with this? What are you going to do with Ocean now?
She is going to... she's going to make an unarmed strike.
Okay.
As her action.
Right.
So she will roll to hit.
Okay.
I didn't do the Fae.
That's going to be...
Okay.
Hold on. It's going to be... what is... 9 plus 8 is 17 to hit? 17 to hit?
Okay. 17 to hit.
Yep. Should I give you damage as well?
For sure. Wait, sorry. What did you roll on the What did you roll to hit on the chromatic orb?
28.
Yes, that was fine. Yeah. I don't know why my brain just went blip. Yeah.
All right.
17 to hit.
Yeah, and then 6 bludgeoning damage. And then, hold on. How does this work? Immediately after taking the...
Are you hitting her in the face?
Second.
Are you hitting her in the face or in the body?
She's gonna do she's gonna do a multi-attack. So one
okay,
in the face.
All your attacks, and then we'll see what happens.
I'm trying to figure out this face.
She's doing one in the face. That's that one that she just did. Now she's
okay, that's fine. I'll allow up.
She's gonna combo. She's gonna combo 2 into the body as well.
Okay, roll me those, and I need those to be above a specific number.
Okay, she will roll those for you right now. So the first one to hit is a dirty 20.
Hits.
Okay, and then the second one
hits.
Is an 18. So they both hit.
So the body does not hit. Right.
Oh, it does not hit. Okay.
No.
So only the 18, only the dirty 20 hits.
So because the reason I said do you hit the face or the body is because you're close enough now to realise if you want to hit her in the face, she's not wearing any armour. So I will allow that. I will allow it because
Can
you know
I get all of my attacks into the face in that case if I have that information.
Yes, you can. I'll allow it. Go on.
Alright. Okay.
Just
so
because
reroll.
it's much longer.
Okay. I want to pummel my wife in the face. Thank you.
Well-
It's horrible.
Don't isolate that one.
Neph doesn't want to. I just want to save her. This is just the route that we have to take, apparently.
Yeah, go on. Roll the damage off for hitting your wife in the face.
Okay, that's going to be a total of 6 bludgeoning damage altogether
6 for both.
for both of the other 2. Yeah, not including
Okay.
the first one that I already did.
Cool.
That's 3 hits total.
That's fine. That's 12 damage. What about the fire damage? You rolling the fire damage?
She did not do a fire jab this time.
Okay, understood. All right. So, Neph, you pummel your wife in the face, and she clutches her mouth, and she goes, and she spits blood out on the floor. She does not look happy. In fact, she looks so unhappy that she is going to look out at the rest of you, and she is going to rise up, sort of floating a little bit further higher in the air. And she is going to look amongst you and then reach forward, summoning a cloud of shadow just to like burst in front of her. And I need, let me see. I need Neph, Sleer, and Saraza, seeing as you two are both kind of taking the lead on the carpet. Bluey, were you also at the front of the carpet?
I think if I helped Sleer earlier, then I think yes.
Yeah, then you as well. I'll need you guys to make Constitution saving throws, please.
Did I miss any sort of damage or anything that I need to?
Nothing to
add
you,
on?
no.
Okay.
Point
that's
save
fine.
14.
14. Sleer?
Sorry, Slea's was a 19.
19. Bluey?
That's a 13 that I could re-roll, but I don't think I will. I will not.
Okay. So, all 3 of you, so Bluey, Saraza, Neph, all of you but Sleer, you are blinded until the end of your next turn. You see black ink spread over your eyelids, and you blink and you look around, there's just nothing. Can't see a thing. And next in the order, we have Saraza, who blinks and just kind of like takes his turn to kind of move as slowly and carefully as he can off the carpet and tries to shake off that blindness, but he doesn't want to attack for fear of hurting Neph. Bluey, do you have anything you want to do on your turn before your blindness ends?
I think I'll get off the carpet.
Yeah.
Now that she's blinded, I can't. She will say her command word in Draconic
Nice.
or command words. Get up, and the whistling dart will come into
nice.
being as a bonus
Okay.
action.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah, she reads off.
all. I do not want to hit Neph a 3rd time with a dart. That'd just be way too fucking much.
That would be funny.
I'm guessing compelled duel requires a creature you can see. Yep, or a creature you can see within range. Yep. All right. Is Shield of Faith? Is that also creature of your choice within range? Doesn't mention sight, but I've already done my bonus action. Never mind. All right. Okay.
Okay. So you have
I think
your dart up beside your shoulder. You're off the carpet. You're not going to do shit, are you?
Blue would move forward a bit.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. If maybe like half the distance to Osha, if she can do that.
You could be about 5 feet away from her.
Okay, maybe back it up a bit. Let's maybe call it a 15 away. It's just
That's fine, yeah. Okay. So, next up in the order is Cass. What are you going to do?
So, has she taken any hit point? Has she taken any damage yet?
I finally found a throve. I lost 100.
You haven't taken any damage.
She hasn't taken any damage.
Not whilst you've been in the lab, no. You have got no, you haven't taken any damage yet. Yeah.
No, not Cass. Osha.
Okay, yes, she has.
Okay. Then I think I'm going to cast. Can I, as a free action, ask Neph before I do anything, what would she like me to do before I make my action? Or is that sort of not possible?
Up to Emma.
Do
Yeah.
you mean like to OSHA? Like,
Yeah, because like, are we just full on like? Do you know
I'll
what I mean?
I'll allow you like a very small interaction, like a question, yes, no answer.
Yeah,
Okay.
like, okay, if it's like a yes no answer, I'm gonna be like, do you want me to like get her?
Okay, Emma, I need to ask you something for my own clarification. When Ness was originally given some idea about what to do in the situation, I remember her being told that she had to bring Osha close to death, but not to actually kill her. Is that right? Or am I misremembering that?
As close to death as possible would be the way to force the soul fragment out in like a panic, if that makes sense. Like, if it's willing to be there, it doesn't want to necessarily be in a dead body.
Yeah, true. Okay, Neff will nod to Cass.
Okay, that's
reluctantly.
fine. Then.
She's not like, all gusto.
It's not like
hell yeah.
Yeah,
but
like fucking get her. Okay, got you. That's fine.
it's a very nuanced nod, but you're getting the info.
Okay, got it. Cass is going to do 3 Eldritch blasts at Osha.
Oh my
how? Oh my god.
Holy moly.
So,
oh my god, I'm so
that
excited.
is an 18.
I've already described it because you weren't here.
I can. Yeah.
I'll make it. I'll wait. Make it work. Okay. So
for the attack rolls, I've got an 18,
sexy
a
doesn't
dirty
hit.
20,
Hits
and a 19.
doesn't hit. One of them hits.
Oh my fucking god! Is it 20? My. That is quite. So it's not going to be as hefty a spell as I would have liked, but fine.
That's okay.
Right,
if you're wondering, the reason I let Neph punch her in the face on lower than 20s is because she was close enough to specifically target her face.
Yeah,
and
that's fine.
I think
that's okay because Cass will just from then on she won't do attack spells. She'll do saves. 15 points of
15.
damage.
Okay. She looks a little bit bloody.
Oh no.
Right. Osha, realizing what's happening, screams, and as she screams, you see her body sort of splitting itself apart. And at first, you think she's bisecting herself, but it's just the two parts of her soul kind of like fighting to tear themselves away from the flesh. But they spring back into place, almost like a cranium snapping together. And
did you say cranium?
yeah.
I'm not familiar with a cranium just snapping together.
Like a cranium does.
When you're born, your cranium snaps together.
Mm-hmm.
Lily told me that. It starts off like this, and then it snaps into place the moment you're freed.
I was imagining it's like you're like there's two halves and you're going
like that too. Imagine like a Venus flytrap coming together. Anyway.
My wife.
My
she
wife.
is a Venus flytrap.
So I am going
You're doing Borat voice without Borat, sorry.
Do you want to go now, actually? Just to kind of head of this? Because I said you could. So, guys, that fae that you see, the little cute little fairy creature, seeing that something's happening, cocks its head and sort of... What does it do?
What can it do, Emma?
Well, I think the first thing that happens is, before anything, there's a moment where its form flickers and then it transforms into this monstrous, huge, fey-like creature.
You thought also I was going to summon something cute?
Oh yeah.
Transformers.
It looks a bit more like this now,
Whoa.
Okay, so a bit
Cass is
different to what I was
even-
initially imagining.
rather
Cass
than
is
the
even
cute
more
version
like,
of itself.
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
Now it's even cuter.
You can choose anything of those.
Yeah, and it can make 4 attacks. So it's going to go up to Osha, and it's going to do so many options.
Okay, I gotta
First-
get ratioed. Oh my god.
Yeah, she's about to get reshoed. It's going to go for a crushing hug first, which is something it can do.
Oh my god.
Which is going to be 13 plus 21 to hit.
Okay,
Does that hit?
that does hit.
Okay. I'm going to take the base damage, which is 36 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And the target is grappled.
Okay.
Hello.
Yep.
And for the sake of play, I'm not going to do anything else.
Okay, the target is now grappled.
Yeah.
Understood. Osha, at this point, yells and targeting the hag. Within 10 feet of it. 5, 10. Neph and Bluey, those are the only people she can reach. She is going to just kind of open her mouth and just breathe in very deeply, and like a Dementor's kiss, you feel your soul kind of like string cheese pulled off of your body. I'm loving my metaphors right now. I need 3 of you, and can you make it for the hag?
Yeah.
To make Constitution saving throws, please.
Good. Natural 20.
Anything for you.
No, 22.
That hag is like, nice try.
This hag is so powerful because he cast it at 8th level. I had to spend ages trying to find something that would fit the challenge rating. It's like
21.
21. And Bluey?
25.
Oh!
Sorry, Osha. Sorry.
This stringy cheese ain't for you.
We're all lactose intolerant.
It's too stringy. Yeah.
It yells, and I think it's gonna see. Nothing happens with the howl then, and she is just unable to do anything.
She's being hugged though.
She's being hugged, shouldn't At which point, Gerald is like I said before, uncharacteristically staying disengaged from the fight. In fact, sort of scooting to the back of the carpet a little bit. Not cowardly, but like putting distance between himself and the thing that's been conjured here.
Did Osha want to try and escape the grapple, by the way?
No, because she would have used her turn to do that. She's just grappled.
Sure.
So yeah, it's your go. You are blind, but...
No, she's not.
Oh, you're not? Sorry, you're the only one who wasn't blind. I remember now. I'm sorry.
Cass wasn't.
Of the three who rolled.
I think rather than trying to... Yeah, she's just gonna cast Toll the Dead on Osha.
Okay.
I need a wisdom saving throw, please.
Right. So. Oh, probably not going to be enough. But let's try it anyway. Ooh. 21.
Okay, Celia's spell has... Well, Celia's cantrip, I should say, has no effect.
What's
Because
this cantrip? What's a spell, you guys?
it's that Celia's not wasting spell slots, just to put that out there.
Yeah. Yeah, Cass is also... We're still going to fight Elijah. This is like...
Okay. Alright, so...
Yeah, Celia holds the carpet, and it's point, especially kind of like seeing that Jaral seems nervous, or could I get anything with my passive insight?
What's your passive insight, remind me?
21.
21. Okay, with a 21, shaken is definitely the word. He is... You've never really seen this sort of side of him before. Well, not since maybe the Temple of Abundance, but he's starting to revert to that kind of stage of like getting very instinctual, relying on his base instincts. And they're telling him flight more than fight at the moment.
She just, if possible, she'll put just kind of like a reassuring hand just back near his, as opposed to trying to make any contact.
Okay.
And that's
with
me.
that, Cruel. No, thank you, Cruel.
Cool.
It's your go. I want the howl from that.
Cruel is keeping an eye on Jaral, and he's also keeping his distance.
Mm.
I think he's gonna just step back and learn from Sleer, and he's gonna use a cantrip to cast Firebolt on Osha.
Okay.
Might not hit. 12.
12. Unfortunately, it doesn't hit.
It doesn't hit.
But you get more than one bolt, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so I'll do it again.
Yeah.
That definitely hits.
Yeah.
28.
Yeah, go for it.
So it was. Hold on, let me double check.
The damage increases at a certain level, so make sure you're rolling it right.
Yeah.
And then you can act for the Fae as well.
It was 15 damage.
15 damage. Okay, she starts coughing and hacking up blood. Next up is the Fae.
Cool. The hag is going to momentarily let go of Osha,
Okay.
and it's going to try and hug her again because it loves her so much.
So much. Love that hug.
Yeah, it really
Okay.
loves that. I'm going to try a different dice actually. Might not hit 12.
12, unfortunately, doesn't hit.
Okay. So it can't
Also,
grapple.
last time it grappled, it hit. But you didn't roll any damage.
No, I just told you the base damage because it's a
Okay.
lot of dice.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so it doesn't hit her. So instead, she's not grappled anymore.
Okay.
Let me just read its stats. Hold on. Instead, it's going to try a multi-attack against her.
Oh my god. Okay.
So, one bite attack.
Slash, 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 slash.
It's having the Fae go constantly.
What do you mean?
Just, are you going to go until it... Are you observing any limits, or are you going until the Fae is done with its attack?
What do you mean? What does that mean? I don't get it.
For example, Cass tried to get it close to death.
Oh no, the Fae is just going, so you're gonna have to
Okay,
stop it.
Okay.
That's a 17 for the bite.
Okay. That does not hit.
Does not hit.
No.
Okay. That is a 15 plus 8, 22 for the claw.
Hits.
Okay, so 15 slashing damage. And it's going to make one more.
You see it slash through her neck, leaving it just like sliced open, and she starts bleeding out on the floor.
Okay, it goes again.
Is she like close? Is she like close?
She's
to
dead, pretty much, at this point.
Yeah, the hag goes again.
Stop.
It follows Alstair's commands.
Lifts up the blood like, yes, something brought here.
It follows Alstair's commands. I'm sorry. It does another 15 damage to Osha.
Okay.
And it starts dancing. It's evil.
Oh my god.
It dances as this huge, massive form of second, and the moment
Slaps back.
slaps back, she's baby form like covered in blood.
I'm sorry.
Is it evil or are you evil?
First, try and find more victims.
Yes.
So I will let let me just describe to you what you see for a second. You see the
It's like Alstair's pet.
and it runs off the side, and it goes just like deeper into the corridor.
I think it starts running in circles around the group, bouncing off the walls.
Yeah. You can tell it's looking for more victims.
It doesn't attack any of you, though.
I feel like Cass would look at Bluey or like Celia, whoever's like looking at like with a slightly horrified. I think if it wasn't
What did
Osha that
Alstair
we
give
were kind
us?
of trying to save, that Cass would be like super down for this violence, but she was like, we did want to like, yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay. I will just explain. Alstair gave you one of the most powerful Fae he could give you, and unfortunately, most of the powerful Fae are chaotic evil.
So I'm actually going to tell you exactly who this is. Crawl takes a second to just look at the Fae in its like real form and just says, wait, isn't that like Baba Yaga's sister?
Some interesting lore.
Isn't that Grimmer, a powerful Alice hag who controlled a group of ogres who owned a magical cauldron? Didn't she live in an Undermountain?
Well, she's
What is she
here now.
doing here?
Could you please put those cue cards away?
Nah.
From what I know, she likes playing.
Go to
She likes her
Osha.
ogres and likes playing with her adventurers before eating them.
Hey, I want to investigate the body. I remember this PowerPoint presentation.
Anyway,
The Fae comes and sits on Crawl's head.
the Fae comes and sits on Crawl's head, and then you approach Osha's body, and Neph, it's just sliced. The soul is drifting. It's leaving her now.
Get it!
Which
Get
one?
the
Number
soul!
two?
Get it? There are two souls. You can't tell
They can
which.
interact
Can I-
with-
Can I catch it like a Pokemon? Da-da-da.
Neph,
Can I
You have
give
to
like
follow
I
these-
don't know some assistance to help her figure out which soul is the right one?
at this point, it's something you can't see. It's something that only Neph can really understand.
I'll be guided by the power of love, Emma.
Hold out your wedding ring, Neph. See which one's attracted to it.
That's
I
interesting.
died with that wedding ring on, so I don't have it anymore.
Oh, okay.
Did you replace your
okay.
wedding ring?
Neph,
I need to wait for Osha. We need to get new ones together.
Neph, if you're going to reach for these souls, you can see the mists beginning to converge around your hand.
She will reach for them.
Okay. Do you want to cast any healing magic on anyone before you leave?
Like a little sprinkle of like.
Little sprinkle of summon
As in heal us up before you leave.
I will actually.
Who took damage?
Just
Last
just a
game,
few people,
everybody.
Everyone.
took damage,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Not the hag.
Mass healing word. Alright, everybody's gonna get a bit of a heal.
With a mass healing word and any last words?
Hold on, let me just roll that so that we know how much everybody's getting back. That's going to be exactly 2 plus 8. That's going to be 10 points of healing.
Nice.
That's great.
That's pretty good, actually. Some people lost that.
If she's turned to the group, she'll say,
It has 10 hit points less.
10 hit points less,
Sarazar is the most hurt.
even with 10 healed.
Yes, he was on minus 20 before.
Wait, Sarah's out.
He's on 69.
Nice.
Wait, what?
was that, Cass?
Did you say Sarah's was on minus 20?
No.
Crawl had minus 20 from his max.
No, Sarazar's fine. I was
I
answering.
was like, when did Sarah like die? Like, how did
he's
we miss
undead.
that?
He died from
Negative
grief.
20 HP.
He's always
He
been
had
dead.
immediate
for
and sudden
several
heart
years.
failure. 1 in a million. What are the chances?
It's stack overflow. You minus so much that you get really lots of points, and then it goes down again.
Yeah. So, no.
She'll turn to the
In
group
your-
as she heals them.
In your desperation, realizing you're not going to be him for much longer if you want to catch on to Ocean's soul, you throw back your magic and...
Throw it back.
Take it back now, y'all.
I have this time.
Bluey can't see.
the Fae, like.
I have to go catch
Faye
some
is
souls.
attracted to Cass's chaotic energy and starts swarming around her head.
She sat on
Oh
Cass
my
the
God.
first instant.
This is a sight to behold.
This is an emotional moment. Neph is leaving you again to pursue Osha's dying soul into the astral plane. Come on, let's go.
Enjoy the astral plane.
I think I have to go chase these souls. Thanks for all the help. I'm sorry for the confusion. Tell
Neph.
Brian to stay in his body.
Sarah says, "We will. Neph, be safe. Thank you."
We love
fake
you.
camels.
We love
Go
you.
get your wife.
I love you all too. Okay.
Bye.
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 Just paddle towards the souls.
Neph doggy paddling in the astral sea.
That's so funny.
I'll see you there.
She'll chase after it like a
No,
lion
you
or a
won't.
tennis ball in a pool. All right, she's going after those souls, and
Yeah.
I have to go. So thank you for having me as part of this.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
We will discuss off screen exactly what
Yes.
happened.
I'll message you when I'm awake again. So lots of luck. All right, have a
Thanks.
good luck in the dungeon.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye, Thomas. Thank you.
Wow, lovely.
Can we take a short break?
Yeah, so I have us kind of pushing on this long so that we can get to the end of Thomas's bout. So at the end of this battle, with the Fae cackling and dancing around you all, sitting on various heads, Cass and Carol, we will take a...
Detracted to the most evil people in the
Yeah.
party.
Should we take a solid break, so like 15 minutes? Yeah, we'll come back at about 10:02, is that okay?
Sounds
Okay,
great.
great.
Thank you.
Make a tease. Go to the
Thank
toilet.
you.
You couldn't see that, but that was very, very, very satisfying. It fell, and I just put my hand up, and it fell straight into my hand.
Yeah.
Just happiness. Anyway.
So,
Back to death and despair.
back to death and despair. You carry on, leaving Osha's body behind, trusting that Neph will be able to push through the astral sea and, in whatever way she is able, be able to find Osha's soul and bring it back to life. She's a cleric after all. It's not fully out of the question. Which leaves Cass, Bluey, Sleer, Sarasa, Dural, and Coral.
And Faye.
And Faye!
Also, that's you.
Cass is really bonded to this Fae because she's getting a mixture of Brian and Cass energy from them, and she's just enjoying the. She's like, it's not like having my bestie here, but it will do.
Lily.
Yay, we bought some
Ukraine.
to wear at work.
Mm.
Oh, cute.
You've stolen my dice, you evil creatures.
Cretins!
Can't find anywhere.
I thought it would be good because we don't have a display, which we've discovered is a good thing.
Yeah, we
Otherwise, the business will be profiting off of the war in the Ukraine. So rather than having a virtue signaling display, we've got lots of books all over them. So good. But still, we want to be able to have that finance. I think it's fun.
we paid council tax.
Is this for the new year? Wait, we paid it, right?
We've already paid it.
Wait, show that to me. Did you pay it on? You paid it on that
I have paid it.
outstanding debt.
Oh, hello.
Oh, I see.
What is it?
She's just like, I will go up here.
Is she sitting on a book?
I literally
Yeah.
have the.
How's that comfortable?
Is this your bed now?
That's weird. We should make an inquiry about that. Okay.
Can I have it?
Hmm. Oh.
Right.
I'll keep
So
voice
sorry
going.
about the distractions just then. Look at that.
All of the dogs. I meant to say all of the pets. And then...
These are my palms. Please not. No, they're chasing each other. Okay, all the pets. So, leaving Neph to follow Osha, you carry on.
In
Now-
the interim,
Yeah.
whilst we're going on, Cass is going to sit down on the magic carpet and start casting the telepathic bond between everyone. Because she
Okay.
realised we don't have it and that could have been handy. So that's what she's going to start casting. Just FYI.
As you move forwards, you start to see... Louis, what do you want to do?
Could Bluey go up to Osha's body and cut off a bit of her hair?
Yes, you can. Certainly.
Nicely done,
Sword.
Louis.
Very, very good.
Okay.
I think maybe... I mean, Cass is now starting to cast a spell, but maybe she would open her eye and be like, give us all a bit.
Right, here's some, and this, yeah. Okay.
Like if Cass wouldn't say it, Sleia would.
And yeah, Bluey distributes it to at least all the PCs.
It's not on the bill.
So we haven't paid. Oh, we have.
We haven't.
Okay.
Wait, no, we have paid.
Okay, we can figure that out, don't worry. Pop it away for now.
I hate council tax. I hate paying for the police. I don't believe in the police.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
If I can pay for the NHS and like essential services and that's it. But anyway, that's not how that works. So, you take off a bit of Osha's hair and you pass it to everyone, thinking of Alstaer kind of as you do, like, yes.
Alstair would do this.
Alstair would do this.
She'd go like, Brian, and Brian, we'll pass some to Gerald.
For all them not accepted, he's like, ew.
Mm-hmm. Gerald just takes it for him and doesn't say anything, doesn't even really look at you. And the carpet continues on. Now, speaking of Brian, do you mind? I will very quickly take us somewhere else. Into the mansion.
Happy fun times.
Alstair, that's you. How do you feel?
That's a real big question, my dude. Alstair is feeling a bit sick after being yeeted out of his body a few times. And he is very worried about Luran and the party. He is not happy that he was left behind. So I think he's sitting by Luran and just channeling healing magic into him whenever he can.
You do, in spite of all of that, now back in your body and able to physically be there and really understand your body now as it is rejuvenated. You do feel different. Like your lungs have repaired themselves and you can breathe easily in a way you never really were able to before. Like the sickness which had you looking often starved has now left you and you are more solid than you've ever been. And with that change, that doesn't take away the experience of what happened. But you know, at the very least, so long as you're in this mansion, the longer you stay there, you are able to stay within your body, and you're able to sort of be a healed version of yourself. A few things you'll notice when you enter the mansion, and you see sort of Saraza kind of looking. This is obviously back a bit. Saraza looking to see where to put Luran down. The flower beds around your children's doors are beginning to wither and droop.
Alstair will immediately start trying to cast again to get the flowers moving.
Okay. Can you just roll me your spell casting is wisdom, yeah?
Yeah.
Can you just roll me a wisdom check, please?
13.
13. It's above 10, so that works, and you're able to sort of put some energy back into the flowers and they pick up. And that moss bed that you put Luran on before when he was being brought back to life, you see Sarah put him down there again. You're parting. The door is closed, and it's just the two of you. And you're sitting there, and Luran just holds your hand the whole time. And he just says, think of this as an opportunity to rest.
What did you do?
I don't know. Remember when I showed you those runes, the ones which were like everywhere all at once, that I was going to use to, well, that I planned to use to help you deter Elijah?
Yeah.
I don't think I'll be able to do those today. But I did that instead. And Luran looks a bit distant from him and he says, I've heard it said that magic can be invented, the likes of which we don't even know yet. I wonder if that was something that I invented just then.
I think you did something impossible. I mean, I haven't talked to anyone else when they died, but the place that I was in felt very final. There were souls there that must have been ancient, timeless. I don't think it was a place that I was meant to get out of.
Luran thinks for a moment and then he says, I personally don't think that's true. I don't think there is a final resting place. I think our souls, even if they rest there a while, they carry on and on and on. I don't know what I really mean by that. That's how I feel. I think that's why after a certain amount of time you can't bring anyone back. Because so much of what they were is in the world now. In the things that we know and the air that we breathe, everything. So how can you pull that back? How can you even think of consolidating all that energy unless you did something? And then he stops and he just kind of like puffs a laugh. Impossible. He kind of pauses and mulls over his words and just says, disproving my own theory with my actions.
I don't think I was in the world.
I don't think you would have been for a very long time. I wasn't. I think that we go somewhere else and then we follow whatever path our souls take.
He intended this. He set this up. I don't know why me. I don't know why me.
But he wanted us to think Pico Taro was his weapon. But funnily enough, it was the dagger all along.
I'm worried about them. I've given them a friend, but it's not. What if they don't come back?
Then you're alive to bring them back.
But Luran, I can't do what you did. I can't. I don't think I can do that. My magic exists within the rules of elements. It doesn't invent, it doesn't change, it uses energy that's already there. And I don't think you can do that again either.
I feel like I've used up 1/3 of myself.
He's made it this way. So they have to survive. They have to survive. Because otherwise I won't forgive myself for not being able to go with them. Because I opened that door.
It could have been anyone.
Yeah, but it was only me who couldn't come back.
We didn't give him that satisfaction, at least. Luran says, and he feels a bit like pained. We gave them all that we could. I trust Cass to be a backup for me.
Okay. Then we leave the door.
If anything other than them tries to get in, I'm going to close it. I want you to know that.
Can you open it again?
It will stay there for a time. It's not like Soraras. Once I cast it, it doesn't move.
I feel strange about this. I feel very light. And I feel good, but it doesn't feel natural.
Some things aren't natural, I mean. They don't come from nature.
I do.
That doesn't mean it's wrong.
Also just nods and he looks at the door.
Luran looks and then just sort of closes his eyes and says, we don't have time for a long rest, but I might have something in here which can help us out. Just give me a second to catch your breath.
You tell me where it is and I'll find it. You can't even stand up. I feel better than ever.
Past Serena on the right.
On the right.
He just hides his face.
Also nods and he gets up.
And you carry on. The carpet continues until you reach the outer rooms of the main laboratory. This feels bigger than before, and you think that's intentional. The scale of everything has been stretched and warped. So, Sleia, even though you've seen the inside of the laboratory plenty of times through scrying, it is hard for you to pinpoint exactly where you are in relation to the main chamber. The one sign that you're looking for that you know will send you where you want to go are those lights. And as you reach these first few rooms, you can see them twinkling slightly in the distance. But before you reach them, before any of that, there is an open doorway. And you approach it and you have this urge to get off and walk. Not use the carpet here. And that's unique to you, Sleia, because you've walked this path before in your mind. Or at least you feel like you have. You feel like you recognize this. What do you do?
Sleia tells Sarazar to take the carpet and that she needs to follow a certain path.
Coral's just like,
What are you doing?
I think Sarah's would just say, we are going to follow you. You understand that.
We're going to walk through a door that we don't know where it leads.
Sarah's looks at you, Sleia. Do you know where it leads? And Sleia...
George, you're on mute, but I can tell you're uncomfortable.
Sorry, I was saying, Cass was basically saying, I hate to say it, but in this instance, I agree with Cruel. Are we sure to? And like, you can see as she says it, like, she wants to vomit. Like, it's like, no, this is awful. It's
Cruel
terrible.
just raises an eyebrow.
And it's worse, Cass, because Cruel looks like Luran at the moment.
Yeah, he's lounging back on the carpet. He's taking up more space than he should.
And Gerald is like...
There's a
as we
distinct
said.
sort of like, Cass won't look at really Cruel or... Cruel, not so much, because she does actually keep, and she is like, I'm not going to look at you, and then ends up glaring at him. She is not even looking at Gerald. She can't look at him as just as like disguised as he is as Brian. It's too painful.
He sits there and just kind of shrinks on himself, and he says nothing as Saraza says, do you know where this leads, Sleia?
Does she know where it leads?
Depends if you trust the path or not.
Can
Just
I
the
roll
DM?
insight on this feeling?
Yeah.
Does this feel like, you know, like her dad / like her deities, like those kind of like dream sense, or does it feel like somebody is trying to manipulate her actively?
Can't deities not have any influence in the Shadowfell?
This is true.
So insight is a 23 as I whack my coffee straw.
Oh.
Cruel looks really sus of this whole situation. He's like,
Cass is like, our experience with doors is pretty fucking traumatic. I don't like it.
you're the only one who can bring people back.
Gerald says, I can scout ahead.
No, you can't even
No.
fight right now.
I can.
What if I send
But,
my unseen servant in again?
Like, what would the insight of 23 get me in terms of this feeling?
It does not feel like a deity pulling you. It does feel like you've seen this path before.
It feels like
Long-
sense memory, almost.
Yeah. A long time ago.
Can I
No,
Arcana
yeah.
check this door?
Yeah. It's
You're right.
open.
Yeah, I think Cass would also Arcana check the door.
Oof.
Like,
And,
at realizing
as you
that,
guys are sort of focusing on it, Sleia, what did you want to say?
at realizing that, Sleia would say, no, you're right. It's... not the right kind of feeling.
26 for Arcana.
Cruel and Cass at the edge of the carpet, like,
This room give me a second to think about it.
that's never good. The more seconds Emma has, the more horrible it gets.
Objects, environments, and people, everything. When it comes to magic, they have memory. And that's how Arcana checks work. You can sort of feel the remnants. And the more potent, the more recent, the more sort of dissipated. Just like a scent of something on the air or a taste on your tongue, the older and further back or less powerful. And when you do your Arcana checks on this room, you feel two kind of sensations. You feel the first, which is a sense of constant low-level antagonizing magic. The
Right.
kind that you would expect from evocation, necromancy, those two schools specifically. Which is in keeping with the sort of traps you've seen so far. And as you kind of have that realization, Alstair's magic kicks in and sort of wrapping around sort of like the door frame, you see all these runes inscribed, like I described this before, inscribed like flowers, almost like the imprint of pressed flowers on the stone and on the wood. And for Cruel, I think especially you'd know this, the arrangement here is destructive. It is set to sacrifice this room at any cost, if you enter.
Wait, what?
Sacrifice the room.
Sacrifice the room if you enter.
Yeah. Whatever is in there. If someone goes in to see it or read that information, it can be destroyed. Essentially.
So basically, the caster can be gone, whoever entered that room.
And
so
can
if
destroy
you
the
entered
room.
into it and then came out, it can still be gone. Is that? I'm a bit confused.
No. So it means like physical destruction, like setting things on fire or destroying things. In the same way, like for example, a guilty party might want to keep the information that sort of shows their guilt, but destroy it if anyone else finds it.
So if you go into that room, it will destroy itself.
Potentially. There is another thing. Potentially. You don't know what triggers that. That's the only thing. You know that the effect is there. You can't really be sure of the trigger. Bluey?
Since cast the telepathic mind link, she can communicate this immediately if Slayer looks like she's about to step in.
Yeah.
There is one other thing.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. The other magic that you feel is completely different. And it reminds you, first of all, entirely of the kind of magic Slayer uses. It is far older. It is maybe a few years old at this point. But it has such a strong, like, hold, connection, almost like there's something physical, like still keeping it here. And it does not feel antagonistic. It feels like the kind of magic which comes from a life lost in that room.
Okay, I think Cass would be like, I think something happened with your father in there. And I think that Elijah, it's his potential secret room that holds some of his secrets, but it's set to destruct. I don't recommend going in, but I could send my familiar in and look through their eyes and see if I can see what's in there, see if that triggers it, and then we can go from there.
Or we can try and undo the rune circle.
Sarah says both.
Both. Just that I get the sense that that's like Slia already had the sense that that's where Odyssey died, which meant that's where the book was, which is why she was like, no, I won't go in there.
But you don't want to see the book.
That was her initial thought, and then Cruel's like, why don't we just undo the runes? Be my guest.
Okay. So, Bluey.
Would the mending spell do anything if these runes are carved in?
They may make me an intelligence check, Bluey.
Oh boy. Okay.
Oh boy.
If Bluey's having this thought in the telekinetic bond, can she get advantage? Because Slia would be also thinking about that.
Mm-hmm.
Mending.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Oh, that's only a 12.
It's hard to say. You get the impression magic goes deeper than just physical carves. And also the thing that's showing the runes is Alstair's magic at the moment. It's not like physical.
Oh, okay.
Right. Cruel. Yeah. So, you do know there are the two best ways to undo an array like this. First of all is to try and change it to a different kind of magic, the same way Elijah did to the teleportation magic.
I have experience with this.
Yeah. Turning them from protective shields to teleportation runes. So, if you can change enough of them to lessen the effect,
Okay.
You might be able to, at the very least, stop the room destroying itself. If there's any more complex magic inside, then that's going to be something else entirely.
Right. Can I try and start by changing the runes on the door?
Okay, so I'll need you to make me an Arcana check, please.
Yeah. Natural
Can
20?
cast assist
Oh my god!
anyway.
Natural 20?
Yeah.
You still got it.
Still got it.
Yeah.
He's still got it. He's like, I might be useless, but I am intelligent. Let me check what that actually is. That'd be a 28.
Can cast assist in any way?
I was going to say Slia would also want to assist.
Yeah.
You can, in a similar way to teleportation, if you want to channel your magic into Parul to help him disassemble these runes. Then
He's like, thank you for your insistence. It's so unnecessary, but you could do it anyway.
it does help, you get the feeling.
He will not acknowledge that at all. He's like, step aside.
So. Gerald's like,
I think Cass is
Alstaer reskinned.
Cass is like, don't sully their names.
Okay. Okay. He goes back to being sad. So, you start with Cass and Celia's support, kind of strengthening your magic, going through the runes. As you do this, passive perceptions. Anyone above 16?
Let me check. 19.
Okay.
18.
I know Alstair's 21, but he's not here.
I think Bluey also has an 18.
And whose fault's that? Emma.
Emma.
Emma's fault.
So,
You've lost the only other healer.
oops.
Sorry, Slayer. A lot of pressure.
Off somewhere behind you, you hear a low rumbling noise
Oh dear.
as and you looking behind you see the tunnel is beginning to cave in on itself. Slowly but surely. And
Wait, did the tunnel,
that you're coming
the
through,
long corridor?
the one you're
Right.
in at the moment currently, is starting to cave in on itself. Now,
Oh.
what do you do?
If so, there's no opportunity for this magic to finish.
That's
Parul's
it's all in the balance. It seems far away enough now that something could happen.
Could I mold earth?
Okay. What do you do with mold? What do you want to do with mold earth?
So, sorry, explain to me exactly. So it's the tunnel's caving in.
Yep. So you're in a corridor. There are various rooms off the edge of it, and ahead at the very end of the corridor, you see the lights that would lead you to Elijah's main room.
Are they going to get back to Alstaer and Luran?
I don't know. So
And
you see
and where is the tunnel collapsing?
behind
On the way
you,
to
where you
Elijah,
came.
behind.
Behind.
Okay.
You hear this huge rumbling, and all of a sudden, you just hear as stone is beginning to cave in.
So we have the option to go ahead or go in the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you do?
Mold earth probably won't be sufficient actually to sort of cave in.
It's my favourite Assassin's Creed background music. It's called Countdown. Anyway,
Have I managed to change the runes?
you're in the process of, you got a natural 20? You got a natural 20?
Yes, we saw it.
Yes. It's going to take you about 10 more seconds.
I will keep going.
Yeah.
Can Bluey start to cast mending somehow? Anyway, to Karul, like.
And
Offer
can
up
I
some of that magical power that she's got.
Can I snap at either Dural or Slayer to lend me some more energy?
You may, yes.
Okay, he's like, help me.
Dural at that point sort of steps forward and is going to stop channeling magic into you.
Also, Slia would be channeling magic into Karul at this point as well.
Yeah, so would Cass.
Okay.
He's working as fast as he can. He doesn't want to get crushed.
Nobody wants to get crushed. So, as you continue casting, the stone gets closer and closer, rumbling, like trembling under your feet. Now, everybody make perception checks, please.
Come on.
I lost my character sheet.
It's better than I thought. It's a 15.
Okay.
Same. Knuckles.
Perception.
12.
Perception, please. Yes.
Oh, 22.
22. Okay.
Almost as good as Alstaer.
Very good.
Scratching.
So, with a 22, as you're casting this, you notice Karul, his urgency begins to diminish ever so slightly. And there's a point, actually, that you get to where you're telling everyone just calm down. And I think it's a moment that just before the rest of you figure it out, as the stone begins to crash right at your feet and it's about to hit you overhead.
It's an illusion, isn't it?
The illusion dissipates. And the moment has passed. You're fine.
Wow.
There is no stone. The corridor is itself unchanged.
Good illusion, though.
It's a good illusion. You do notice, however, that the distance from where the illusion came, the corridor has changed after that point. And about 20 feet behind you is now just solid wall.
He knows we're here.
And
At which
he really
point-
wanted us to go into that room.
At which point your magic kicks in. And I will need Cass, Slia, and Karul to make me wisdom saving throws, please.
Oof, Emma. Karul's doing great.
What did you roll?
19.
Nice, very good.
Plus
Hey,
wisdom saving.
Nice.
24.
Very good. 24.
Emma,
Yes, Bluey.
is this for all the people who helped Karul with magic?
Helping with magic as well. You were mending!
Aw.
Roll with a wisdom.
He's like, wow, I didn't know you guys cared so much.
Yeah, no one cares about you, Cruel.
Only Sarazer is saved from this.
He wasn't helping. He's
Yes,
only magic.
magic. Okay.
Karul's like, I thought you could make a familiar.
I lost
Got
that.
to sacrifice a little mole. Just
You're so sad. You're like, no. So, as you all feel there's a spike of energy that just kind of washes over your minds. And who rolled below a 17?
fuck, I did. Oh, I could reroll.
31.
31?
I had to get the calculator out on that one.
Oh,
Very good.
nice.
I'm gonna reroll.
22.
Okay.
Oh, wait, am I? I have to use the new roll, and I rolled one below the DC.
Mm-hmm. You have to use new roll. Okay.
I will roll again.
Yeah.
That's a natural 20.
Woo!
Well, that's pretty good though. It's pretty good though.
Pretty
Ooh.
good metal.
Good
Thank
metal.
Okay.
Oh my god. Fuck yeah.
Well,
Oh,
your brains kind of take a moment and you feel this like rush of energy. And first of all, you're going to take, where is it?
Excuse me.
Just a reminder.
3 points of psychic damage. Not that much.
Each, even though we all succeeded.
Wait, did
Everyone,
you say
no.
3 or
Anyone who
32?
fails is going to take 3 points of psychic damage.
Oh, okay.
So hands up who failed, just so I know.
Raise your hand if you failed.
That wasn't a raised hand. I'm 20. Natural 20s. 20.
Did everybody pass?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Gerald wheezes.
I was like, oh my god.
Okay, then I'm not going to go into any detail.
You're not playing Alstair very convincingly right now.
At that point, nothing seems to happen. And I'm going to very quickly go to the toilet, and then we will get into the
Emma,
room.
just
Yes.
to remind you, I have my meeting at 1. I know it says 22, but they're always early on my computers, just so you know.
Sure thing. I'm going to go to Lou, and then we will get back into it. Okay, love you guys.
Okay. Is 1 p.m. there in an hour and 15 minutes?
15
minutes!
Oh, 15 minutes. Okay.
Equal.
Okay. So. The magic that was dispelled from that rune, you can tell, Kroll, was far less potent than you were expecting it to be, especially considering, keeping in mind that you've been disassembling the runes for the last minute or so. It makes sense, you feel, that it wouldn't be as strong. And only Drell, it seems, was affected. And the rest of you, once the illusion has passed through, you can tell that if this had been a real trap meant for you, then Alstair's magic would have illuminated it far sooner. The wall, however, once the change is made, does illuminate with like a soft kind of like flowery imprint, almost, of Alstair's magic, which does leave only a few options for you. Heading into this room, or going forward and facing Elijah now. Apparently, if he is there. It's up to you where you go.
Didn't we come here to collect things, not to fight Elijah?
I need the book in this room, and I have a feeling that Elijah won't let the tome out of his grasps quite so lightly.
I have a question about the tome, actually. Since Doral is no longer a drow, it's just going to be you, isn't it?
Yep.
Well, then we need to keep you alive.
Gerald says, stay stock silent. Gives you this look clear of like, I'm sorry. It's kind of pathetic almost, you feel. Or pitiful, even.
She just gives him just kind of like a soft, like a smile in the eyes, kind of.
Bluey?
I think Bluey might try and just think it. Who knows how Elijah is saying things. Gerald, as far as you know, were people often reincarnated in and around Batar? And if so, how were they treated?
Reincarnation. Being brought back after death, it's not a common practice. Especially reincarnation if you're not brought back as a being with power, if your power is somewhat diminished through your return. Some people lose their magic after being reincarnated. some people suffer side effects, or they come back as something which they don't know. That can cause problems. But it's mostly looked down upon because after death, it is said that you're returned to Lolth. And all those who follow Lolth see feeding her in death as an ultimate desire.
I think Blue would think, just in case.
I've never seen anyone handle the tome who wasn't a drow. Other than Elijah. But and he pauses and just, I gave it to him, so. And before that, he'd seen it, I suppose, through interactions with Odyssey. He was given it by, and he looks at Leah, your mother. 1 degree of separation, I think, is probably the limit. I don't know what would happen if someone tried to use it or anything if they hadn't received it firsthand.
Well,
That might be the only thing that was holding Elijah back all this time.
I'm not willing to risk any of you for it.
Georgia muted.
Is this about going into the room with Celia to retrieve something? The book that she thinks is there.
Mm-hmm.
It's either the tome or the journal.
Well, no, this is the journal.
Before, I think before anyone goes in, I think Cass would send in her Raven.
Good idea.
Just to scout it out and see what's happening. Because if it's like a lure and there's nothing in there, I'm sure Cass is sure that there is, but you know, it seems.
Rows of books. You kind of hold sort of like the sight of this room through your Raven, and you just see rows of books. It's much smaller than Temple of Abundance. It's about 50 by 50 foot, as if that's even that big, less. And most of that is taken up by storage cabinets, shelves. And near the front of the room, near the exit, placed at a middle height on a shelf buried amongst a few others, you see a large set of scorch marks. And this is the center of that magic you were feeling beneath the evocation, beneath the traps. There's more than just magic here. There's a strange ash that kind of clings to the stone. And you've seen that ash on Sleer's hand before.
Can I do an Arcana check in my dirge?
Yes, you can do an check.
I would go to where the ash is specifically, and I'd be focusing on there.
Where what, sorry?
Where the ash seems to be clinging.
Okay. It's better.
That is a 28.
28. With 28, like I said previously, the magic here remembers what happened. And now that this sort of potency of that previous magic is gone, the trap, the evocation, the necromancy energy, you can feel it stronger. More clearly, rather, not stronger. Something happened here, a fight, you imagine. This is where Odyssey died.
like Cass suspected when she first did it. Can she sense the journal with the Arcana?
You can sense a few imprints of that magic on the shelf directly next to it. At a middling height in the middle of another set of bookshelves, there is a row which sort of seems to be covered. You can't tell 100%, but you get the impression Sleer has seen this before and might be able to tell you.
Because of the telepathic bond, would Cass be projecting this into like essentially the group's mind's eye of what she's
The
seeing?
raven is connected by a telepathic
I would
bond,
say
so-
probably not.
Yeah.
I would say I'd have to communicate. You can't.
Yeah, I think so
The
too.
telepathic bond, it doesn't work like the familiar bond where we can see each sort of. It's like I would be witnessing all this and telling you it as I was doing it. So as I see it as the raven, I would inform you. I think Cass would ask Celia, do you want me to investigate anything else while I'm in here before we come in person?
Just, are there any traps around the journal? Does it appear to be?
Can I, with the Arcana, did I pick up anything? If not, I'll roll an investigation. Because I was very much looking at that area.
Okay. So you're investigating the bookshelf area.
Well, firstly, did I pick up anything with my Arcana for traps in that area? Because I was specifically focusing on it. And if I didn't pick anything up with the Arcana, I'll investigate it to try and see if there's traps.
With your Arcana check, and with the help of Alstair's magic as well, you do sense that this room has more of those evocation sort of like sigils underneath the stonework. But the trigger for them, they are completely dormant. They don't have any effect. The trigger for them, whatever it is hard to say. There's too much in here to pick precisely one thing that it could be. But you can probably infer that if you take or if you use any of the information in here, you read anything, you consume anything, that it's likely it'll be destroyed.
But we've changed the runes
slightly. Exactly. You've changed the runes slightly. So whether or not it would still have the same effect, it's completely unknown.
I relay that to Celia. And I say,
so it's a gamble, essentially, what you're doing.
Yeah. And I could always try and get the journal in my raven form, because they're nimble little creatures, so I could always try and do that if she wanted.
Or we could dispel the magic.
Joral says, I can take her in and take her out. Teleportation.
Crawl looks displeased.
Dispel the magic might work too. I don't know what will happen when we go inside. Bluey?
Would from the sense that Cass got that like things would get destroyed from, did you say like learning information from them?
Potentially, yeah.
What if we didn't open the books until out of the Shadowfell?
It's just taking the journal that will cause it, right?
It could be taking the journal as well.
Could I make an intelligence check, seeing as Crawl has set up things like this before?
Yep.
Sorry, my D&D to be on keeps reloading.
That's fine.
Come back.
If I disappear in a second,
18.
I'm on my meeting.
Gotcha. So, assessing everybody's suggestions, with the Raven taking the book, not reading the book until you leave the Shadowfell, Joral bamfing Sleer in and out, and then dispelling the magic, doing both, like Sleer suggested. All of those assessments in mind. At this point, having tampered with the runes, the magic is going to probably be far less effective than if you just left them and walked right in.
Mm.
So, with that in mind, if you decide to go in and take the book without doing anything, whoever goes in to get it would probably still be risking their lives, but it'd be much more of a measured risk. If you were, for
before
example,
I go,
yeah,
sorry. If Celia goes in and decides to get it, Cass would be going in with her to help.
do you want to bamf her in, or do you want to walk in with her?
Whatever. If Celia's going in, Cass is going in as well. So
Okay, all right, I'll act with that in mind. Okay, like I was saying, just walking in and hoping for the best isn't probably not the best solution. You get the impression you might want to sort of, considering time is the essence, act on 2 of these plans at once. So potentially Karul working on dispelling the magic, or even bamfing in with Sleer yourself would be good if you have that magic.
If Cass can go in with Sleer, I think Karul will put his foot down if Jaral says he's going to go in.
Okay,
Even though-
Jaral doesn't fight you on it, but he says, then I'll assist you with dismantling the runes.
Okay.
Perhaps something like an anti-magic field would work now that Neph's not here.
Karul makes a face as if he can't do that anymore.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
Run.
Run. Do.
I can. Karul's like, I can dispel magic. But if I do this, it means I can't help you more later. So,
Later,
Do you want me to do
use
this
the
now?
anti-magic field.
sorry.
Later, I could do the anti-magic field.
All right, then I will try and remove the curse on this room.
Okay. So you're going to dispel magic.
Yeah, I think I have to roll.
Okay. So to do this, you're probably going to have to at least step into the room. Sort of just like go just beyond the doorway and put your hands on the masonry.
Karul is like, he looks so unhappy. He's like, if I die, bring me back.
Uh-huh.
I've got 2 more diamonds.
Great.
Remember, if you let me die,
I won't let you die.
Alstaer dies. Just
I'm
saying.
not letting you die.
Again.
Neither
Cool.
am I. But also,
Right.
I think that dispel magic can be done at a range of 120 feet.
Ha! Ha! Damn it. Okay.
Ah,
That's fine.
Karul remembers this and is like, actually, I'm not going anywhere, and sits on the carpet. And he will cast Dispel Magic into the room.
Okay.
And using your spell casting ability. Alright. Ooh, Emma,
Yes.
look.
Was it a natural 20?
It was an 18 plus. So that's a 23. So what does that
That's
mean?
pretty great.
How does that work?
The maximum DC would have been a 19. for a
So
ninth
it will
level
be
spell.
dispelled.
Okay. Very good.
He's like, I am great.
So, give me just 1 second.
He's really embodying the Luran cockiness.
Yeah.
But it's not as charming when he does it for some reason.
Funny.
It's just annoying.
I think as you're sort of doing this, Jaral is going to say, there's not that much that I can do to help, but if you're taking the time to go in there, then I'm going to give us the best advantage we can. And he starts casting something on the carpet sitting next to you, Coral.
Okay.
And he just kind of like, seeing that you're acting and actively trying to help, you can tell he's sort of more inspired to come back to himself. So, with Coral's magic surging through, the runes are dispelled. Now, knowing Elijah's magic, it's hard to say how long it's going to be before he notices and starts doing something else to try and hurt you or trying to ruin this. So you get the impression you've not got long at all.
Okay.
Now, Sleia, are you walking in or are you going to bounce in? And Bluey, what are you going to do anything as well?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Bluey's going to say in her mind, Sleia, can I carry you and run us both in there?
Okay. I'm happy with that because Kat isn't here. I don't want anything to happen in case.
Yeah, Slea's A-okay with that.
Okay.
Right.
Cool. Just like, yeah, we should do as many of these good things as possible. Run in! Ah! So,
Bluey will click her heels to
brilliant.
activate the boots of haste.
Okay.
I'm assuming because the long strider spell was cast first.
Yes, it'll affect
I
it.
did try and read up that like whichever thing is applied first, and then so. Bluey's speed right now is 40 feet. Does that mean with the boots of haste she's at 80 or at 70?
80 feet.
All right. Well, she has 10 minutes of even quicker. So Bluey will with the signal from Sleia pick them up and just.
Well then, if Cass is back, Cass, because you're back, I'm gonna follow what you were saying. No, both of you. Bluey, you pick up Sleia, and you run in with her. Cass, quickly on their heels, ready to bamf, ready to attack, ready to defend your friends. And Saraza stays on the door, ready to call back in case anything happens outside. Sorry? Coral does nothing. He did lots just then. Yes, now he's pretending he's doing nothing. He's like, oh, I don't care. Coral and Dural are sitting by themselves on the carpet whilst Dural starts casting the spell, which I will reveal later on. So, as you are all entering this room, you see Sleia, like I said before, a very familiar scene.
Oh no.
Ah! Sorry, a bird like flew at my window then.
Okay.
It was quite scary. It's my familiar. It's coming for me.
Like I said, bookshelves, a scorched floor, the remnants of a magic fight. Clearly, years ago. Hang on one sec. The memory of magic is barely present in the stones anymore. But it's there. The ash that remains of your father, present here still.
Fun.
And that sense memory helps you direct Bluey. And when you get to this point, I think your hand instinctively reaches for the bookshelves. And you run your fingers across their spines. Some rough, some hewn from wood, some bound professionally in leather, and some, like the one your hand settles on, well worn, well used, and wrinkled at the back. You're looking for a journal. A journal that belonged to Odyssey. And you find it. Do you pull it off the shelf?
Yeah, she just follows her instincts and is like she feels the right book. She just takes it.
You take it. Nothing happens.
Get out of there.
Yeah, like in your mind, you just hear "go."
All right.
Okay. But Cass isn't leaving until she knows Salea's out, so Saleah would have to go first, just FYI.
Salea's in Bluey's arms. Saleah doesn't have a whole lot of control.
Go, Bluey,
You get to the
go!
doorway, you get to the door frame, and you slam into it. The air solidifying in front of you.
But I just spelled magic!
That might be the case. I think Cass would say, put it in my bag of holding.
Hang on a sec. As you're sitting on the carpet, you hear an echoing voice call out. The rest of you don't hear this quite yet.
I hear it, okay.
And Coral here, prominent only to you, you hear the voice. Oh my god.
Hey guys, I know it's been a long time, but
Oh.
You hear the voice of an old colleague. Well, sorry, it's American accent.
wow. Sorry, who it laughed?
The great really do far fall. And you don't know where exactly it's coming from.
He just responds with, fuck off, Elijah.
That was unnecessary. Impressive show of magic, but sorry if I don't write home about it.
Is he mentally messaging Cruel?
Yeah.
Cruel looks at Dural and he just taps his temple. And then he points to the door.
Dural slowly slides off the carpet.
He will keep talking to Elijah. So, are you hiding in your lab?
Who's to say, really? What's important, though, is that I'm talking to you right now.
Uh-huh. So you're around here somewhere.
Well, I'm messaging you.
Does that mean he can see me?
Maybe.
Why don't you come out? Or you don't want to flash your son's face around too much?
No more than you wanted to do with yours.
Actually, that wasn't me. Just saying, that was Patricia.
Well, if you're wondering why I've let you come this far without truly showing what I can do, it's because, well, I have a proposition.
And what's that?
Look, I can tell. I work with souls. You're not half the man you used to be. That must hurt.
You giving Cruel a Crossroads of Destiny Zuko moment?
Listen. Look at the way they're treating you. You're never, ever going to be accepted by them. Even if you want to be. Even if you don't want to be, but you just want to get this all over with. They're never going to make your life easy. It's even affecting Dural now. He helped me get this far, you know. He did well. He's always done well at being bad, even though he's kind of good at heart. So, I'm asking you an honest question. Do you really think you're going to thrive in this new life of yours, as you are now? Or, well, would you like to gamble?
What would I be gambling?
I'm aware they have a hold on your freedom. What if I told you you wouldn't have to do anything?
Interesting. You can scrub contracts from existence now.
No, we can't do that. But, well, I can spare you. I can spare Dural. I know who you are, despite your disguises. You really think I didn't see that little charade back there?
Worth a shot. I thought I was playing the round so well.
I suppose I don't really know him as well as I thought I would. By this point, we haven't really interacted that much. But I feel like I have a handle on you. So, this is your opportunity. When the time presents itself, show me where your loyalty lies.
I'll take that into really careful consideration. Will you be letting them out of this little room?
I just needed a moment to talk to you privately.
So considerate, Elijah. Thank you.
Like I said, if you want a real life, a real second chance, just follow Dural's lead.
Karul says nothing to that, but he drops his Luran disguise.
Mm-hmm.
And he just stretches. He's like, oh, that's better.
Dural looks back and sees you and drops the Alstaer disguise. And if you have nothing else to say,
he doesn't really continue the banter with Elijah, but he doesn't dismiss him either.
yeah. No. Cass. With that dispel magic earlier on the room, you kind of were a bit more heightened to the presence of, well, little blips of magic. The trap beneath the floors seems to be gone for now. The magical items on the shelves you could read acutely. Magical effects, you can almost feel them in your friends. Can you make me an Arcana check, please? As you pass through the doorway and that force just kind of like drops.
22.
Dural, as he moves over to the doorway, kind of helping Sarazar as he realizes something is wrong. You can tell there's like a little magical imprint on him.
On Dural?
Yeah.
Do I know what type of magical imprint? Can I get that from the 22?
Yeah.
What type of magical imprint?
Something sitting between necromancy and... Hang on, I've forgotten the name. Hang on. Sorry. Necromancy and enchantment.
Would I know what this spell is?
Make me an Arcana check.
Okay, Cass is going
What
to,
is it?
whilst we're still on the other side of the door, she's going to not mentally say it because the others could hear. Though that being said, could I choose who I'm telling it to?
15.
I think so, yeah.
I'm sure. I feel like that would be a pretty, yeah. Anyway, so I think
Yeah, you can
Cass would
choose if
then
you want to.
message. I feel like Cass would message Celia and Bluey and say, "There's something wrong with Dural. I sense necromancy and enchantment around him. We need to find out if Elijah has got control."
What is 15? Do I know anything?
I think you'd be able to get the enchantment.
Okay, I'll jump in.
I think we should perhaps leave the tome with Elijah for now. If we're both trying to use the tome to get into the same place.
Oh my gosh, is Elena's calling me?
1 second, Emma's getting a work call.
Perhaps we might go into Feyways together.
You want to take Elijah to Feyways?
Could be his final resting place. Also, that is all of this is telepathic, by the way.
Yeah.
Just
is that Sleia saying that instead of Sleia taking the spot, they'd make Elijah take it?
No, she's saying we both
just kill him there.
We kill him there.
Georgia, Elena's on the phone.
No.
Ha ha ha.
I don't know the significance of this.
But what Sleia is essentially saying is we should get back to Brian and Luran in the mansion, and leave the tome with Elijah for now.
Yeah, and I think Cass wants to. When we come out, she's gonna want to. She's gonna say to Bluey and Sleia, "I'm gonna cast either detect magic or identify."
Identify is going to be a better one because you're going to know exactly what it is.
I think
since the Arcana
would
do the same as the detect magic there.
So Cass is going to cast that on Jaral.
But also there was something I thought that was like slipping through my head. Sleia would have essentially conveyed that if we're out of the Shadowfell, she'd be more confident in trying to dispel whatever is on Jaral.
Yeah, I think Cass would also, before they go it through, is if he is under an enchantment, do we want to pretend that we don't know? Do we want to try and put him in the locket? Do we want to...
Picotaro's in the locket.
Yeah, we don't want to let Picotaro out of the locket right now.
No, I forgot. I was like, someone's in the locket, but I've forgotten who. I do have something that's called Feign Death.
Do you want to put your sound on?
Oh, it's yours.
Turn the sound on. No, not your cat, not your mic, your sound.
Okay, so. Sorry to interrupt your discussings.
No.
However, you blah 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 blah. You pass that.
I don't know if you heard that, Emma, but we're basically we were just discussing our plan, what we're gonna do.
Just between Cass and Sleia and Bluey.
And Cass didn't include Sarazar because Sarazar's out there and she didn't want to give it away. So yeah, what do we want to do if he is under an enchantment? Or
Sleia suggests that we play it cool until we know more.
Okay.
No need to alarm anybody.
Okay, cool. In that case, as they if and when they can get out of this room, Cass is going to trip and accidentally grab onto Jaral and then cast it.
What are you casting on him?
Are we out of the room yet? Has Elijah lifted the...
Yeah, it seems like it's just about to dissipate.
Okay, then I feel like Cass is going to be leaning against it.
She could
so that
press
when
up against...
Yeah, so when it falls, she is shocked and lands on Jaral, who we've established is right by the door. And then she's going to cast Identify on him because she has to touch him. to cast it.
Okay. Sure. Cruel's watching all this happen quietly.
Do you want me to
Draw
roll a
some
performance check to see
Yes,
like
please.
how convincing it is?
Can I insight check everyone who comes out of the room?
Yeah.
Deception?
Yes.
That will be a
23. Ha ha ha!
Okay. Was that your performance or your deception?
Performance. Do you want me to roll?
Okay,
deception
that's
as
fine.
well?
That's fine. No, that's fine. The
Well,
performance is good
deception
enough. You don't
is-
realise that you don't quite realise that anyone is casting any spells.
Mhm.
But you do notice the fall.
Isn't sleight of hand the spellcasting one though?
A performance. Oh, that's a good point. Do you want to do a sleight of hand check for me, just to hide the spell casting? Performance is kind of more for drops.
He believes you tripped.
He believes that you tripped. Very good, Blue. Love that.
Sleight of hand would be an 18.
18.
He probably knows you cast something, but he doesn't know why. You scratching?
So,
Success?
Yeah. So what do I learn?
with 18, you notice that.
Well, with identify
sorry.
is the
Sorry,
spell.
I got confused. Sorry.
Don't worry.
Sorry. With
Do
identify.
you want me to read what identify does?
You may, yeah.
I learn what spells, if any, are affecting it. The creature that I'm touching. Yeah.
Okay. You get the impression that currently the spell being kind of cast over Dural is something akin to the Gaius spell.
Do I know how long it's been there?
Very recent.
Okay. I relay that to Bluey and Slia, and then I will also relay it to Sarasa.
Okay.
You're leaving Cruel out of it?
But I will have said to the others, our plan is we've suspected this, we're playing it cool, and because we've got nothing to do yet. We can't
Do you leave Cruel out of this?
Cass has, but I think she might. Her instinct is to not tell Cruel. But if Slia said we should tell Cruel,
Slia would say that.
Slia would say that. Okay, then
And-
Cass would message Cruel privately and be like, "Did I not say Cruel? What did I say?"
No, I was just agreeing with you.
I saw. Okay, I felt like some voices in my head. It was horrible.
Sorry.
Okay, I think Cass would then message Cruel and be like, "We're trusting you here. Slia clearly has faith in you, and so did Brian. So I hope you prove me wrong. Dural is under a guess at the minute."
That makes sense. I can dispel magic again if I have to.
Why?
Let's see what command Elijah's giving him.
Slia would say into the telepathic bond, if Cass had conveyed that it's a Gaius, Slia would convey that she can end it immediately, and she would rather do that. And that is
Okay,
into
then I think
basically the telepathic group chat with everybody.
Cruel will just stop Slia for a second and say, I think we should see if you can dispel it immediately.
see what Elijah's trying here. Anything dangerous will cause the spell to end anyway.
Is
So-
Cyrus involved in this?
Yeah.
By it
Mm.
cause the spell to end, you mean it will hurt him.
Karul does look uncomfortable. And he says again in his head, I think if you end it now, he will try something more severe. You saw what he did to Alstaer.
Cass flinches at that.
Might be wiser to
I don't want to
get
risk.
out of here.
I don't want to risk Doral. To be honest, out of any of you, he's the last person I want to be in danger, obviously. But if Elijah is provoked, what's to stop him killing us all? The illusion before was just an illusion, but he could just bring down this tunnel. How many of us can actually get out in time? He can kill us, so why not play along for a little bit?
All right.
Do we have an exit strategy?
Alstaer and Luran are our exit strategy.
At which point Cyrus says, do we need... I was about to say, do we need to go in there, but Sobek is in there.
And Alstair died trying to save Sobek.
We came for a reason. We can't just leave. Not unless we have to. Could I have insight checked Karul when he said, I'm not surprised?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, my insight capabilities are trash. So we shall see. Come on, brass dice.
Press.
Failed me. 13. Don't feel like
He's
I'm
not.
gonna be able
He's
to-
not. He doesn't sound like he's being deceitful, but I don't think you'd get more than that.
I don't think she thinks he's being deceitful. I think she's wondering, like, the sort of, is it just because he's your hubby, and so you got the idea that he was acting odd, or was there anything else? Obviously, I can't metagame and know that he was
Okay,
chatting
yes,
with
you would.
Elijah, but I felt like
Karul, I don't know if you can tell he's been chatting with Elijah, but Emma, you're picking. Sorry.
no.
What would you get with a 13? He doesn't sound as surprised as he should. He sounds like he was
Okay.
expecting this for whatever reason, but that could also be because he knows Elijah's methods, I think. But he doesn't sound
and
surprised.
I don't think Cass would necessarily jump to like, you're in cahoots with anyone, because that wouldn't make sense for the game. But I would say that Cass is very, very, very suspicious of Karul. If she could drop him over a cliff and watch him fall to his death, she probably would. At this point, she trusts him that much. So she's basically putting up with him for everyone else's sake, and because Brian is like set this in motion. So I feel if anyone, like, she's like, gonna always kind of assume the worst. So I think she would message her party and be like, I'm a little suspicious of Karul. Obviously, I know that doesn't sound like a lot coming from me, but he wasn't as surprised as he should have been. That might just be because he knows Gerard well and could tell there was something up, or it could be something more. As much as we want to trust them both, I think we need to be on our guards, not just from Gerard, but from potentially Karul as well.
Elijah's in
I've just asked
control.
Emma something.
Mm.
Who has a passive insight above 14? Thea? Cass?
Mm-mm.
Oh no,
Mm-mm.
just Thea.
21.
Okay, Thea would get the impression that Karul seems to be very wary of everyone, and he doesn't seem to be in a necessarily bad way, but he does seem to be genuinely assessing who trusts him, how they're acting towards him, if they're willing to work as a group. Like, and he especially is just like occasionally frowning at Cass. He seems to be thinking about things. He's like,
What is Karul's passive insight, if I may?
Yeah.
Cruel's passive insight.
I have it. Hold on. His passive insight is 19.
Okay. He'd probably get just the sense that Slia is fairly genuine with him.
To be honest, I think as much as like, because if hearing the conversation with Elijah, I would like Cass to then start being a bit softer towards Cruel, so he's a little bit more lenient to them. But in fiction, but to be fair, I think as much as she really doesn't trust Cruel, I feel like that is just according to everything that's gone on. So I think, well, and I think she's also being very upfront about it, and also that she will work with him because of Brian. But like, she's not going to be. There's no fakeness with Cass right now. She's very on the cards about the fact, like, you haven't proved yourself to me. You haven't proved yourself to the party. And until you do, I trust you as little as I ever did. So that's where she's at, pretty much. And you can pick that up from Cass. She's not actively, like, in the past, like I say in the past, a couple of days ago, where she actively was like, I want to kill you any second I get. She's not quite there anymore, but she's also like, if you did anything against us, all bets are off type vibe. All bets as long as Brian would still be okay.
Also, just to clarify, a little additional clarification is that Karul would probably pick up that Slia is very motivated by Jaral. Yeah. And like how much she cares for him.
You're right. Yeah, stabbing myself. How'd you stab yourself? I kicked the side of my desk.
Alongside that, I think. Oh, what happened?
I'm a kick myself.
I think alongside that, I think when Corral suggested keeping Jaral under the Gaius, you would have known that Cass, while she is not happy with Jaral and the way it's been happening, that she was not happy about the idea of Jaral being injured or hurt in any way. And as much as she's not been happy with him, she's never actually done anything against Jaral. She's just been like, you were supposed to protect us and you didn't type vibe.
Karul will add a very small addendum where he's like, I know you spend a lot of time with Alstaer and Luran, and they are disgusting, and they would waste all of their magic to save each other. I am not like that. I love Jaral. Okay. Maybe some of you don't believe that. But I'm not stupid enough to waste all of my magic getting rid of this Gaius right now, considering what else Elijah can do. So please try and put your emotions aside. Just this once. Okay? And understand maybe where I'm coming from a little bit.
Is this all mental, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. Jaral is like, guys, is everyone fine?
I think Cass would just turn to Jaral and be like, just sort of trying to keep my distaste internal. And I think Cruel would know that that was a lie.
Right.
Cruel shifts to Jaral and goes, there, and pats his back.
You're being strange.
I'm trying to be nice.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, he looks at you, Slia, and just says, what does it say?
Probably not time to read it now. We need to go. Keep moving.
Really? That's fine. No, it's okay. I was like, my notes, I can finally say all this stuff.
I would like to, but Slia's like, no, we're not going to spend any more time in this, like, in the Shadowfell than we have to.
I can read really fast if you want me to read it.
That might destroy it.
I'm so curious.
Okay. Well then, with that in mind, you pocket the journal.
Unless y'all want somebody else to, like, steer the carpet while Slia speed reads.
I'm sure Sarah's could do that, right? Aren't you the right brother?
Didn't you try to disintegrate me?
That has nothing to do with this conversation. Also, I've never met you before.
Right. Okay. Anyway.
This Crawl's never done that to Sarah.
Right, cool.
He's like, irrelevant, actually.
Hang on, this cruel possessed Brian.
Yes, but he never... Do you want to overanalyze what he said, Anna?
So anyway, you all get on the carpet and you start drifting forwards towards that light at the end of the tunnel, and you all die. The end. No.
Oh wow. Okay.
So
Suddenly, Alstaer and Luran are the
Ooh.
safest characters.
Y'all.
Yeah, I think
As Slia reads, she can also like telepathically convey everything.
okay, well then
That's so
you
cool.
start.
Sorry.
Cass, do you want to say anything?
I would just have said, I think Cass would have said in response to Carol's sort of, considering it was an outburst about our emotional response, it was quite emotional from him. I think she would have responded being like, I do believe you love him. We will do everything we can to protect him. Not necessarily you, but Gerald. She doesn't tag that on at the end, but she is very sincere about actually wanting to protect Gerald.
Crawl just says,
And so, as you move onwards, Slia, do you open the journal?
Yeah.
Do we have an anti-magic field we have up on Slia, correct? Because Luran did that.
You have a globe of invulnerability.
Globe of invulnerability, that's it.
I think Cass has that.
I would like to sit near the globe of invulnerability.
Yeah, Cass has the globe of invulnerability on at the minute.
So,
Oh yeah, what does that mean again? I keep forgetting I have it.
any spell below a certain level can't hit you, and I can't remember if it's 5th or 4th, but regardless.
Depends what level it was cast at.
Slia, you open the journal. Do you just let it fall open to any page?
Long ago.
The first page has scratched out the regular sort of style of this book belongs to blank. And instead, in an ink that was clearly added far later, writes The Ash Bearer's Voyage. So, I'll read as much as you'll get until you arrive at the lab. The Triad. 2 moons and the Guardian, working together for a single purpose. That purpose, I have been led to believe, is manifested in many forms. Quests, adventures, battles. Throughout them all, there is one constant. The desire to protect those who prosper in the moonlight. And then there are a few passages which kind of go into breakdowns of your religion, its founding, and you skim through it because it's stuff that you know. And you stop when you see next information that is pertinent to you and your family. It was Alstaer who guided me to the tome. Hers is a moon which does not oft show itself, yet when it does, it sees you and it marks you for life. With the grace of a dancer and the agility of a drow, he guided my hand as I stole the tome of absolution. Her will demanded. However, Alstaer's power on the surface is limited. We discovered this as we felt the drow closing in on us. We fled, and I told Janzia to go east, and I would go west. I surfaced, and in the night, another source of moonlight reached out to me. Like a traveller in the night, a beam of moonlight guided me through a forest. As if alive, it danced from leaf to tree and bewitched me. I knew it was not of this plane. Throughout my journey, I came to know the three aspects of the moon. Whilst Alstaer and Luran can indeed help us navigate the world, they cannot act for us. We are beings who must act in accordance with their will. Hang on, sorry. Weaknesses which stem from mortality will inevitably cause us to stumble on our path. But regardless, the path continues and must be walked. I will take on this mantle and carry it as far as I can so that those who come after me may not befall this same fate. To detach myself from my weaknesses, I begged them to send a guide or someone who could help my family. And so Janzia saw a lichen. It had taken hold of Janzia's mind and given her the courage to make the final push to escape the Underdark with our child. But still, my mind was not at ease. In my journeys, I encountered many who had used the tome, those who promised to protect it, but would attempt to lift it from me. They all suffered the same fate. They died or were driven mad by the power that tome holds. Until I met one who seemed to understand, who seemed to respect the power that magic holds. We travelled together for some time, every threat from the drow prompting us to find a new hiding spot for the tome. Elijah Ashune of the Church of Tiamat. Elijah Ashune of the Church of Tiamat. I thought he was earnest in my quest, as one who served a being which was, as he described to me, misunderstood by many. An ambiguous travel route is what helped us protect the tome. Until then, we came across the temples. The Temple of Life, Temple of Abundance. It was the second we chose to be the tome's permanent home. Every year, we would pilgrimage 16 years together, back and forth. We moved trying to protect the tome. And then, at last I noticed that my trust had been misplaced. We travelled to the Winter Palace, where there had been reports of a rift that opened up beneath the foundations. Elijah, being a lead arcanist in a prayer, was called upon to assist. And as he worked his magic, I saw undeniably that it was tainted by something other something new, something distinctly drow. And so I decided to confront him. I wanted him to explain. I wanted to know why. I'm heading there tomorrow. The moonlight will lead me through the forests. And here I'm certain, well, if nothing else, that I will get some answers. These pages have been rebound into the journal, quite professionally, and as you've reached the end, you notice only by the fact that the pages following don't match, that someone has tampered with this. And you imagine that to be Elijah.
Y'all
The
hear
following
a
pages-
kind of feral growl as Sliag is angry.
Also, if Celia has been psychically saying it into everyone's minds, I think Cass would have, before she started, been like, maybe not Drals. But then I guess if it's already been tampered with, then because Cass was doing that under the assumption that Elijah hadn't read it, but if it's been tampered with, then if he's already privy to the information, it doesn't make a difference if Joral hears it. But if
because
Elijah
Slia
hasn't
wouldn't
read.
have wanted to essentially alert Jaral to anything wrong, she would have been reading it to the entirety of the group.
Yeah. I'm also probably going to have to head off soon. I've got quite
That's
a lot
okay.
of
We're going to wrap up
for
at the end
work.
of this bit.
Okay, fine.
I've only got one more paragraph.
Okay.
So you realise that Elijah has tampered with this journal. The following pages, because obviously this has not been completed. Following pages have been tampered with, moved around, some have been removed entirely. But the next part that you find, which is consistent, are the chroniclings of Elijah's work. Sorry, I'm just trying to... The journal records the secret travels of Elijah to study the tome, the time he took to travel without Odyssey's knowledge. All of this assembled into a very neat timeline for you, though locations are in code and names seem to be scrubbed out occasionally. The last thing that you see of any relevance to your mission at the moment is a square of paper that has been stuck in, and this is the fixation. This is the piece of paper that has been analysed and noted and retranscribed the most. And it says this. It was revealed to me beneath the night sky.
Thanks.
It was revealed to me beneath the night sky, a magic which could not be. There are times when magic ignites, when luck or fate or something in between catches on intention. Perhaps intention is the wrong word. On an emotion or a desire so raw it rivals the energy of the world around us, of all things that are. In those times, it was revealed to me that we are able to create something beyond reason. Hang on, sorry, I lost my place.
So we need to.
In those times, we are able to create something that is beyond reason. I am certain that later on, mages will categorize, label, and limit this magic, these moments, to logic. But in those moments of Genesis, there are no limits to what that magic can do. A new arcanum is born and quickly lost. Less. ... A missing piece, as you have hypothesized. Elijah Cruel has told you before, deals in magic that is real, tangible in there. He doesn't deal in wishes. He doesn't deal in impossibilities. And you can tell as much from the fixation he has on this paragraph. But Slia, you know, you've seen it just moments ago, no less than an hour, that what Odyssey has written about here is possible. That there is magic yet undiscovered in this world, yet to be revealed. And so we're going to end the session there. Next week, you're going to fight a big man, a big scary man with an American accent.
I'm a big scary man, guys.
Oh my god, I'm so scary.
Right, I'm going to have to jump because my boss is asking me to do several things. Bye.
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 Love you.